Denham Springs High School football is on the air. Denham Springs High School football broadcast, a John Fine production, on Family Radio 91.9 FM Baton Rouge, on the net at johnfineproductions.com, and on YouTube. Please subscribe at DS Jacket Vision. With Yellow Jackets color commentator Mitch Covington and producer Darren Ferrante, DS Jacket Vision camera operator Chris Ledoux, and station engineer Lamine Figueroa. Here now is your Yellow Jackets play-by-play announcer, Josh Ward.
Good evening and welcome to Yellow Jackets Stadium as it is Week 3 and the Woodlawn Panthers come to town to take on your Denham Springs Yellow Jackets in a non-district matchup here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. I'm Josh Ward and it is great to have you along with us here for the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Brought to you by Sporting Center, proudly serving Livingston Parish since 1977. At Sporting Center, they've got everything you need from athletic equipment to school uniforms. You need a banner, they got it. You need some Denham Springs Yellow Jackets gear, they got it. Anything they need, Sporting Center's got you covered. Go see Stacy Phipps, James Adam McCants, and that terrific staff at Sporting Center. That is 205 South Range Avenue in Denham Springs. Last week, Yellow Jackets, and a tough one here from Yellow Jacket Stadium, would fall to the Central Wildcats 34-28. In a game where the Yellow Jackets really felt they let that one slip away from them. We'll get into the recap of that one in the next segment here. But Yellow Jackets looking to bounce back against the Woodlawn Panthers here tonight to try to get back in that win column. Yellow Jackets coming in at 1-1 on the season right now. Woodlawn, they would have a come-from-behind win last week at Woodlawn against our parish rival, the Walker Wildcats. They would come out of that one 22-17. So Woodlawn, Week 1, they lost to U-High. Week 2, they would be, again, a comeback winner over the Walker Wildcats to come in at 1-1 on their season as well. Lots to get to before we get to kickoff here, which will be coming up about 7 o'clock. When we come back, we'll take a look back at some of the stats from last week against Central. Then we'll look to this series between Woodlawn and Denham Springs. Dates back to 1958. Break that down. As always, we appreciate Mr. Robert Graves with that information. So it will be a timeout here. When we come back, we will look at the week that was and the week that is. We're back after this timeout on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Your local sporting goods store is Sporting Center. Sporting Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sporting Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sporting Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sporting Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sporting Center, more than just a sports store.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Member SIPC.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Use Safe and Lock, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Coconut Willie's Daiquiris, Michon and Associates General Contractors, Sport Clips, and Safe Voyage Tattoo. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back in to the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. The Yellow Jackets hosting the Woodlawn Panthers here, Week 3, 9 District edition of Yellow Jackets football. Josh Ward, great to have you along with us. We've got Darren Ferrente, Mitch Covington, John Fine, Lamine Figueroa back at the studio. Chris Ledoux will be with us as well. Great to have you along with us last night. I want to give a quick little recap. The Denham Springs Hall of Fame induction class went in last night at Forest Grove in a great ceremony that they do there every other year now. And I just want to say what a fantastic job that the Denham Springs Athletic Association does with that. So honored that we were able to be there and be a part of it. It's a great night where you see a bunch of former Jackets, former Hall of Famers who have been inducted years ago, and just a great night, and a bunch of purple and gold there, and a bunch of stories swapped amongst everybody. Just a really neat event that they do there. So I want to say what a great night it was. And throughout the night, we'll be talking about those inductees into that class that went in again last night. And it is a Hall of Fame game here, so they will have a ceremony here at halftime. So we'll try to get you a few clips of that as well. So as we kind of take a look at what happened last week, I know we would all kind of like to forget that one, but it was a week 2. And, as we look at some of the stats there for the Yellow Jackets, John Goldman completed 17 of 30 passes for 239 yards on the night. He did throw 3 touchdowns, the longest pass of the night being 62 yards. The rushing game for Denham Springs would run the ball 35 times, totaling 166 yards. They averaged about 4.7 yards per carry. Tanner Kerner led the rushing attack with 64 yards on 11 carries. John Goldman also contributed on the ground with 22 yards and a rushing touchdown. Brenton Paul had the most carries of the night, 14, but was only able to muster 30 yards on the night. And Hayden Ray had the most explosive run of the night with a 45-yard carry. He finished up with 50 yards on 4 attempts. Receiving for the Yellow Jackets, it was 17 passes caught for 239 yards and 3 touchdowns. Brenton Paul, standout receiver for the Yellow Jackets with 101 yards on 3 catches, including that 62-yard touchdown pass from John Goldman. Sean Goldman, twin brother, caught 6 passes for 85 yards and a touchdown. Trey Seals added 29 yards and a touchdown on 4 receptions, and some other contributors included Tanner Kerner with 10 yards and Hayden Ray with 14 yards. Yellow Jackets feel they let one slip away as they held a 2-point lead at 28-26 with 2 minutes and 11 seconds left in the game, and they had to punt to Central on 4th down. Wildcats would score with 1:46 left. The Yellow Jackets would get one more opportunity at it, and they would fumble on their last possession and give the ball to Central, who was able to take a knee and get out of there. So Yellow Jackets now 1-1 on the season. Central improved to 2-0. As of note, Central 2-0 will be in the parish tonight, except for they will be over at Walker High School taking on the parish rival Walker Wildcats. So that's how that one went out. Now as we take a look at the series between Denham Springs and Woodlawn, this comes to you by Robert Graves. We always appreciate Mr. Robert giving us up to date in real time. He will be having the Robert Graves scoreboard, so stay tuned for that. He will be updating scores around the area, mostly a lot of games that are important to Denham Springs on the schedule. As we know with the power ratings, that is so important. So he will be continuing on with the Robert Graves scoreboard. Big hit last week. But as we look at this one, this series dates back to 1958 and spans with 42 matchups. The series includes some regular season games and a playoff matchup or two. The record in this one, Denham Springs 25 wins to Woodlawn's 12. They have tied 4 times. Winning percentage for Denham Springs in this one is 61%. Some scoring totals, Denham Springs has scored 849 points to Woodlawn's 582. Denham Springs averaging 20.7 points per game and Woodlawn at 14.2. Some notables here in this one, the biggest win was for Denham Springs in the first matchup back in 1958 where they won 57-12. And this series, kind of like Central a few years ago, had a regular season game, and then they would play each other in the playoffs where Woodlawn had the regular season win. Denham Springs would win the playoff game at 34-7 in the bi-district round. That was in 2014. That regular season win for Woodlawn in that one in 2014 was the last time they won in this series. Last year, as we know, it was a close one from Woodlawn and some pretty sloppy conditions there with 16-13 from Woodlawn. And Yellow Jackets would get the win there to improve to 1-1 on the season. So now, as we do take a quick glance at the Hall of Fame class, it was Dr. Hunter Bond going in as a supporter. Our good friend, Mr. Big Mike O'Neill, going in as a supporter as well. Josh Lewis as an athlete, great kicker here for the Yellow Jackets. Max Schroller, an outstanding pitcher for the Yellow Jackets on the diamond there. He went in as an athlete as well. And then Mr. Randy Watson was a senior member of the class, and he went in. Again, we'll be talking about these inductees throughout the night, as it is the Hall of Fame game here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. All right, we got a few more things to get to before we are done here with the before we get to kickoff here. Coming up, it is going to be Hall of Fame inductee Josh Lewis will be joining John Fine, so stick around for that. At halftime, we will have the Whistle Stop halftime report, and school board member Mr. Cecil Harris will stop in. Always great to catch up with him, as he is kind of the guy to know around what's going on here in Denham Springs when it comes to facilities and all that good stuff. So it'll be a great update to hear from Mr. Cecil. Then, of course, we will get you ready for kickoff with Mitch Covington's keys to the game and weather report, James Drugstore starting lineup. All that good stuff will be coming up in just a bit. Of course, we will also have our interview with head coach Brett Beard. All right, we're going to take a timeout. When we come back, it is John Fine and newest Hall of Fame inductee Josh Lewis after this timeout on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bank Plus makes it easier to bank. With extended drive-through hours plus 24/7 online and mobile banking, we're here when you need us. Lost your debit card? Get a new one instantly at any Bank Plus location. No waiting for the mail. And interactive teller machines offer drive-up personal service 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturdays. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is your one-stop shop in Denham Springs for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is ready to help. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. ServPro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is ServPro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at ServPro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. ServPro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so ServPro is faster to any disaster. ServPro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. ServPro of Livingston.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Shay Landry, closing attorney, Milestone Title, Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground of Denham Springs, Brian Ross, owner, OK Computers and Auto Sales, Quality Furniture Restoration, and Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses. It is Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Denham Springs in action against Woodlawn High School tonight. Kickoff at or about 7 o'clock. It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Special guest is Josh Lewis, one of 5 inductees into the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame last night. Josh, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
And thanks for asking me. I'm very happy and blessed to be here.
Well, let me tell you what, okay? Your first day as a Hall of Famer, how's it gone? How do you feel?
Blessed. I've come back and seeing just the trajectory that this program has taken, the immense amount of pride that I have seeing all of this is just I can't tell you in words.
Talk about the emotions that were going through you when you were walking up to the dais and then getting your plaque inducting you into the Hall of Fame last night.
Well, a lot of pride, but I guess what I was thinking about was really just all of the milestones and the monumental moments that we had, especially in that 2008 season, of turning that program around. Everything that went into making that happen, it was very gratifying.
All right. Talk about your dad, Ronnie Lewis, a kicker at LSU, and he was instrumental in your becoming a kicker. Talk about that.
Yeah, to say the least. Very patient, because I always thought I knew better, especially like whenever he was trying to teach me things that he had learned the hard way not to do. But we were actually talking about it on the way up here and what football has done in both of our lives,
And you were saying last night that sometimes to put you in place, he'd boot one in from 40 or 50 yards.
He would, yeah. So we would. He lived in Katy, Texas, and I would go for the summers to go stay with him. And he had his old Diodora cleats that he would pull out of the back of his trunk and lace them up and hit a few.
There have been some great kickers for the New Orleans Saints throughout the years. Are you a Saints fan yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Going way back before your time, I'm sure you've heard or seen the film of Tom Dempsey's, at the time, record 63-yard field goal.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the great kickers in the history of the NFL, Morton Anderson.
Yep.
Did you get to see him play?
I did not get to see him play. However, we did watch a lot of the clips. There were a lot of things that Morton Anderson did that my dad and I were very big fans of, that I adopted as well. And
really? Like what?
So, a lot of kickers are told to have a really huge follow-through whenever it comes to field goals. And for me, in my experience, whenever I had this, over-exaggerated, follow-through, I would always pull the ball left.
Okay.
If you look at Morton Anderson, it was done.
He was concise, yes.
He popped it, and he let the ball do the rest. And, the other thing was if you looked back at his clips, his plant foot was probably 6 inches above the ball. And, in kicking, that's an incredibly athletic thing to try to do, because it took a long time and a lot of stretching to be able to get there. But
it's interesting you say that, and it's true, and yet kickers sometimes don't get credit for their athleticism.
Yeah, no, and that's triggering, man. I have a lot of people that come up and say, "Man, my son, he can barely run straight. Maybe he'll be a kicker." And it's like, no, like we're athletes too. We're just not the biggest guys on the field. That's,
There you go. Okay, the third Saints kicker and one of the really good guys. I got to interview him a couple of times. John Carney.
Yeah.
Now he kicked for the Saints and the San Diego Chargers.
Okay.
And he told me, he confirmed what I thought. I asked him about the difference playing outside at San Diego and playing in the Superdome. And he said unequivocally, it's advantageous to kick off turf and to kick inside. So,
agreed.
Do you agree with that?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you look at the turf field and say, wow, maybe I would have kicked it from 67 had I been playing at turf?
Well, no, I don't want to say all that. But what I can say is I would be tickled pink to kick on this field tonight.
Okay. Well, when you go out at halftime, can you bring it to you in a football?
Yeah. Maybe they'll let us do like a little raffle or something like that.
Yeah, that would really, really be cool.
Oh, man, I'd hurt tomorrow.
Talk about how important a kicker is in Louisiana high school football. And I remember I was doing play-by-play when you would kick it consistently into the end zone. The opposing team started on the 20-yard line. And you look at this year, quite often Denham has its opponent start at the 40, 45, what have you, because they have to sky kick it. And with the rules in high school football that you can't run it out from the end zone, and if you have a kicker like Josh Lewis, you were one of the MVPs of that team for a lot of great things you did, but maybe what gets understated a little bit is kicking that ball into the end zone on kickoffs.
I would say at any level, that is a weapon that a team could utilize. I mean, if one team has it and one doesn't, you're forcing one team. I mean, the amount of time that they have to travel the field to score. I mean, you could say, hey, well, that's more time you ate up on the clock. But, I mean, driving those possessions, it is much harder for a team to go 80 yards 5 times back-to-back than, starting at the 50, starting at the 40. You could collect 3 points at
Absolutely.
a minimum,
The MC last night, Kelly Jones, told a terrific anecdote about when he first became assistant principal at Denham Springs.
Mm-hmm.
He called you into his office, and you were scared. Talk about that.
Well, I didn't know. Whenever he called me over the PA, I had to ask, hey, who's Kelly Jones?
Right.
Because, I mean, I'm new,
Right.
and they're like, oh, that's the disciplinary principal. And I was actually in Miss Jacobson's class, who you interviewed last week.
Right.
I was in her class whenever it happened. And, of course, everybody is saying, what's going on? What did you do? So needless to say, yeah, I thought I was in trouble, but it was a good conversation. It did show me that there's a lot of value in hard work in football in this community.
He just wanted to meet you.
He just wanted to meet, yeah.
Wow, how about that? Let's talk about 2 of your more celebrated kicks in your terrific history at Denham Springs High School. First of all, the 57-yarder, a career best for you, a career best at Denham Springs High School against East Ascension. Talk about that.
Whenever someone asks me, well, man, what was your longest kick? I was like, well, 57. And they're like, oh, no way. And I'm proud of it. I don't have to lie about that. I'm proud of it.
Now, was that the kick that you didn't see go through the goalpost?
That is right.
Okay, and why is that?
So the O-line was jumping up and down, and they were obstructing my view, and Taylor Gyro had picked me up, and of course, everybody was starting to hit me on the head and everything like that. So, I mean,
all right. Now, the kick that I'll remember even more than the 57-yarder was the 47-yarder you hit at the final gun. What a beautiful kick! As the Jackets had surmounted, as was recalled last night, a 14-0 deficit, scoring 17 unanswered points in the fourth quarter, and you were the game winner at the buzzer. Wow.
Yeah, that, and I think I hit that one actually better. I was a lot more proud of that one for a lot of reasons.
Okay, and because you feel it hit better, and because the team won the game.
Yeah, I think from the team who won the game, there was a lot of emotions after the fact, and I was able to run to the student section, and the student section was going crazy, and a lot of different things outside of that week that really just made it special.
As a former McNeese play-by-play announcer, I'm especially proud to say that you went to McNeese State University, had a great career there, kicked a school record field goal, all Southland Conference, all Louisiana at McNeese State. And as we wrap up this interview, I want to first talk about Mitch Covington, okay? He was on the Central staff when they took you out, but he redeems himself by coming here at Denham Springs High School. And so there's some good and bad as far as Mitch is concerned. But Mitch wants to point out he was not on the staff when that happened.
Good distinction. Yeah. No, that's fun, So I guess we can give Mitch a pass.
All right, there you go. Now, you said that people ask you about that incident at Central where they intentionally took you out on the opening kickoff, ask you as much about that as they do your historic 47 and 57-yard field goals here.
Yes, interestingly enough, that's true, yeah.
All right. Now, as we wrap up the interview, I want to say you made history last night being inducted into the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame, and you made history during this broadcast. You know why? We finally have someone named Josh who makes sense on the air. So thank you for joining us. He is Josh Lewis. I'm John Fine. It is Denham Springs against Woodlawn, and it'll be Josh. That would be Josh Ward talking to Coach Beard when we return after this pause on Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up on Denham Springs football.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Like it was never there, Louisiana Tree Pro is your tree care specialist, expertly handling tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and storm cleanup with 24-hour emergency tree removal. And Louisiana Tree Pro does it the right way with properly licensed and insured professionals who will get the job done quickly and safely with a quality result. Their goal at Louisiana Tree Pro is to leave your property better than they found it. That's why their motto is, like it was never there. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenck, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Abear, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, the Law Office of Ivy L. Graham, Family Specialist, and Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Yellow Jackets back at home to host the Woodlawn Panthers, who come in at 1-1 on the season. I'm Josh Ward, and we are now joined by Yellow Jackets head coach Brett Beard. Last week, Central comes to a packed Yellow Jacket stadium and would get out of Denham Springs with a tight contest, 34-28 win over the Yellow Jackets. Coach, before we get into some of the X's and O's, though, I just want to talk about the game itself. What an atmosphere. You know, both sides are packed to the top. You know, in week 2, you have a playoff atmosphere. I know down the road that's going to benefit this team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely much appreciated. I mean, it was good for those kids to look up and see our stands packed, their stands packed, people standing around the fence and everything else. I mean, it was the atmosphere you want to be in and be in early to where we can learn a lot about ourselves and what we've got to do to improve going forward.
It definitely brought out the communities, you know, just walking around on the field before, you could just feel it in the air. And it's just, as we talked about last week, how great it is that you and Coach Semino, the respect that y'all have for this rivalry and keeping it on the schedule. And, I mean, just everything about the night was just perfect, except for the score at the end.
Yeah, you know, the disappointing loss, no doubt. But, I mean, what a heavyweight bout. I mean, blow for blow, we went back and forth. You know, had opportunities to put it away and couldn't capitalize. But it really, I mean, we literally got everything out of this game we wanted except for the W. But there's a lot for us to learn. There's a lot for us to figure out who we want to be and the direction we want to go. And to do that against the defending 5A state champion in the big rivalry game with that kind of commitment from everybody, both communities and all showing up to support these kids, there's a lot to be taken from this, and we're excited about moving forward.
When the game starts off, you give the ball to Central, you get a 3-and-out, you get the ball, and you have an early turnover, and you give Central really good field position, and they are able to capitalize on that. What we saw in Week 1 at Hammond kind of saw a little bit of head hanging against Central last week when that early turnover and Central gets a score. Your offense came out and responded very nicely, and they go down and get a score themselves to take a 1-point lead. So you had to like the way they responded to that early adversity.
Yeah, I think the one thing, and we talked a lot about it, after the Hammond game, like at that point in the game, there's still a lot of football to be played. One score is not going to be the determining factor of the outcome of this situation in the game at the end of the night. Like, there's 48 minutes to be played, and, one screw up on our end, giving the ball back, it was what it was, and they capitalized, but we flipped around with an electric drive right after and did everything we had to do to answer up. And, we talk a lot about just let it be. There's still the ups and downs. Take your lick like a man, dish it back out, and let's move on.
As we look at the Yellow Jackets defensively, with the turnover and some field position in the first half, they were put in some tight spots. And when Central made the change at quarterback, how much did that have your defense back on its heels?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, we didn't realize how good that kid that came off the bench was. We had heard about the kid. We knew he was a good player from where he came from, but we hadn't really seen him. We didn't really see him in 7-on-7 this summer. There's not a whole lot on him. We did not realize he was that accurate with the deep ball because, he was really only, it was like 9 for 20-something on the night, but 3 of them were big connections for big yards and really perfect throws that were on the money that we weren't. It's not like we were terribly beat. It's not like we weren't there. They made the play. And, again, with that, the one going towards the scoreboard, I mean, you talk about just perfect ball that landed in the kid's fingertips, and he was able to outrun our defender at that point. Like, just the kid earned my respect and showed a lot about him coming off the bench and taking control of that offense and making big-time plays when need be.
He really did, and once he got settled in, you could see the kind of player that he was, and you said it right there. It wasn't that they were doing anything so crazy or nothing that you haven't seen before. You hadn't seen him before, but his accuracy and just hitting that deep ball down the sideline, he found his little niche right there, and as you said, gained some respect, and I think Central found them a quarterback that night. Coach, I want to talk about the end of the half for the Yellow Jackets. You score right there to take the 1-point lead into the half. You come out and you score on the first play of offense in the second half. First time you'd ever had that happen to you in your career. Yeah. So for you at that point, what were you thinking? Because I'm sitting there thinking we're about to get this thing rolling.
Yeah, it was timed up perfectly for us to kind of dig out of the hole we had dug and time it up to where we could get the 2 scores and take the lead. And I thought with the way we came out, the big play, the big-time play by Brenton Paul right there, and the finish with the touchdown, like I just thought, okay, man, we're in a good spot right here. We got all the momentum, and we're ready to start rolling. And things happen. We just we get to that. We just kind of stalled a little bit and just couldn't get over that hump and keep it rolling.
Talking about Brenton Paul and the night that he had, and he made some big plays for you, and he is just such a threat, both running the ball and catching it. And I know that he had a visit with ULL, and he's being looked at by them. Talk about what he is doing for this offense.
Well, we've kind of been waiting on this. We kind of handled him with kid gloves last year, and I think it hurt him. We almost wrapped him in bubble wrap so we could get him to the season healthy, and I think it actually hurt his play. And then we weren't going to do the same thing this year. And what he's doing now is kind of what we've expected. It just, we just, like I said, I think we kind of might have handled him with kid gloves last year and kind of set him back to where this year we full tilt with him at all times and getting him ready to play. And now the kid is he's doing what we thought he was going to be able to do for these last couple of years, and better late than never. And he's going to have a big time senior year, and he's a big time player. And we're excited he's on our team, and love the kid's energy and everything he brings to work every day is everything you want in a Denham Springs football player.
Speaking about another one on the defensive side, I know Caden Allen got Sonic Player of the Week for the Yellow Jackets. Talk about his performance and what he is doing with that linebacking crew for the Yellow Jackets defense.
Caden's just a dude. I mean, he is everything you want in a football player as far as just the nastiness, the knowing the game. And, the biggest thing with Caden is he might screw up here and there, but he's so athletic and so fast that he can make up for it. And he's really a deadly weapon to have right there in the middle, whether we're blitzing, whether we're having to cover guys out of the backfield. He can really do it all, and he's just a football player. And, man, he's just so much fun to be around, too. Like, we talk about, arguably two of the best kids in the program. We talk about Caden Allen and Brenton Paul, and just amazing young men that are going to do big-time things in life, and maybe not just football, but in life. Like, you just talk about guys that are that are going to be successful in just big-time parts of our community and our school. And, to be able to watch them grow on the football field has just been a bonus for me.
I know in close games like this, what it always comes down to usually is turnovers and special teams. I know turnover battle was won by Central there. You had the 2 turnovers and then some special teams things. Probably a few that you would like to have back there, maybe have a do-over.
I can honestly say I'm not really understanding why we're not grasping the ability to cover a kick. I think we've got some things figured out this week to where we should be successful at it now. I think we cleaned up some things that maybe they were taught or just didn't completely understand. But, it's frustrating to have guys on that team that are good players and to have them run downfield and not complete the job and do everything we're asking them to do. It is a frustrating deal. And when you don't have a kicker and kick in the end zone, you got to get creative with your coverage teams or you're going to give them really good field position or, you're going to have to go to onside kicking, which is definitely in our arsenal. Because I'm tired of giving up returns to the 50 to midfield when I might as well just take a shot at getting the football. But, we're going to continue to grind out and try to figure out where the pieces fit to where those coverage teams, can get it done and quit running by the football and quit opening up lanes and not getting back in them. Because you saw, another critical return was the one we punted to them late in the game. They got it right there to the midfield again. And because we ran beyond the return guy. We're just doing little things. We're not breaking down. We're not staying in our lanes. Or if we get out of our lane, we don't get back. We don't work to get back in. We just open it wide open. The kickoff return, the guy didn't have to move off the line. And that's embarrassing, and that's on me, and we're going to get it corrected. And, special teams is a weapon, and it's also a killer. And, that's what we got to understand. You got to make special teams special. You got to take it serious. It's an extension of offense and defense. And if you don't take it serious, they're going to get you beat.
How physical of a game was this for your team? The last 2 drives for the Yellow Jackets, it just seems like, I know it looked like Goldman was limping a little bit. I know some cramping was an issue there, but it just seems like maybe a little gas there towards the end in such a physical game. How physical was it out there on the field?
But I'll tell you, I think we won the physical battle. I think we gave to Central what Central's been dishing out for a couple of years, and we kind of played their game. And I thought we rang the bell when it came to physicality, and I thought we did a good job of winning that part of the battle. But there was some you got to read the room. We had to get conservative offensively. When your quarterback says he can't run, that kind of cuts your play call sheet in half. And at that point, we go into a very conservative. All right, we got to win the clock battle here. We can't turn the football over. We got to flip the field. There were some things that we had to try to buy time to get his legs back underneath him. And because of it, we had to get a little conservative, and that's part of it. You got to read the room. And when you're in a battle with the defending state champion, it's not always going to go your way. And you have to figure out ways to overcome the situation that you're dealing with. You have opportunities to put them away. You got to still get it done, even being uncomfortable. And that's what our guys are learning. And, there's a lot for us to grow from this, which we're most excited. And, we're going to continue to get in better shape. We're going to continue to get in game shape. There's things we do all summer long that get them in great shape, but it still doesn't mimic an environment like that against a kid in a different high school color and with the live bullets flying. Like, you can't mimic that. So there's something to getting in game shape and game ready, and that sometimes takes a few weeks.
The best part of this, it's week 2, and you had all that physicality and all the situations that happened there, and it can go forward and saying we went toe-to-toe with the defending state champs and really could have come out with a win and maybe should have come out with the win. So a lot to learn in that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got to make plays. When they made the plays and we did not. You tip your hat. They're in a different point. They're at a different point than we are. Starters have got to be in the game in the fourth quarter for us to play at the level we want to play at. And just all the little things that we've had to learn about ourselves, we took from a big-time game early in a year in a week 2, only for us to grow from it.
Absolutely. So 34-28 is the final in that one. We will take a timeout. When we come back, we will look to tonight's contest against the Woodlawn Panthers from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Stay with us. We are back after this quick timeout on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Your local sporting goods store is Sporting Center. Sporting Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sporting Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sporting Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sporting Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sporting Center, more than just a sports store.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy is excited to announce the opening of our newest clinic location in Watson. We are located at 32871 Highway 16 at the corner of Amite Church Road and Highway 16. And don't forget about our Denham Springs Clinic located at 145 Aspen Square next to Spectrum Fitness Club. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Danny Pauline with 5 Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson, State Farm Insurance, Performance Collision Center, Sport Clips, BJ Pawn and Gun, Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, and L. King Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Yellow Jackets and the Panthers from Woodlawn from Yellow Jackets Stadium, Week 3 edition of Yellow Jackets football. I'm Josh Warden. We continue on with Yellow Jackets head coach Brett Beard. Coach, before we get to Woodlawn, we must talk about former Yellow Jacket Deshaun Spears on the national spotlight. Primetime television Saturday night, LSU versus Florida. He shows out, and in doing that himself, he's SEC Defensive Player of the Week. And during that time, it shined a little spotlight on the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets football program.
Yeah, built by Denham. I couldn't have been more proud, because that's a kid that, he was a decent little player as a sophomore, but or as a freshman, he didn't jump off the charts at us. He didn't freaking make us think, oh, this is a future SEC player. But he's a kid that bought into the program wholeheartedly. Came to work every day with the best attitude, didn't say a whole lot, bought into what his abilities that were given to him, and he worked. And because of it, the dude became a freak. And now, I couldn't be more proud to say the SEC Defensive Player of the Week came from Denham Springs. And I'm an intense guy. I'm not always the most emotional guy, but I'm not going to sit there and say that it brought a tear to my eye to watch him have that pick six, because I know what that kid's about. I know what he's poured into it. And, he's a guy that we're going to use an example forever at Denham Springs, or as long as I'm here, on, what is the possibilities if you're all in and you do it the right way. And that's what Deshaun Spears is doing. And I couldn't be more proud of him.
Well, I know the entire community. I mean, you just saw it all over social media from former Denham Springs Yellow Jacket players, from former alums. I mean, I'm sitting there watching it and hearing Denham Springs High School, the product from Denham Springs High School over the broadcast. I mean, it was just such a great moment for him, and a great moment for this program to say that this guy came from there and, as you said, built from Denham Springs. So just a great night. Wanted to touch on that and get your thoughts on that. How much in touch are you with Deshaun still?
Oh, we still text. I mean, we still text. I know the grind that he's in, so sure. I don't text him a whole lot. But, we do text. We check in with each other. I texted him that night how proud I was of him. But I know the grind he's in, man. Like, I've been there, done that, and I want him to continue to stay completely focused. So he and I do just text, we'll randomly check in with each other. And, it's time. Sometimes when they get out of here, you spread your wings and kind of let them out from underneath yours, and you got to go. And, he and I will circle back around one day and really have these talks. And that's always some of my most fun memories of getting back with these guys down the road after they've gone and built upon what we started building here with them. And really excited to see what he could do. I mean, the kid's he's a freak, and man, he's, I don't think he's looking to jump in the portal and run from this. I mean, they brought in 2 studs, and he didn't run from it, which says a lot about him. And I hope the kid finishes there and becomes the NFL draft pick that I think he's got a chance of becoming. And I couldn't be more happy to watch it.
Well, as you mentioned there, sometimes getting the opportunity to talk to some of these former guys that come back later on. A lot of times that we get to do that is at the Denham Springs Hall of Fame banquet, which will happen Thursday night. And I know it's an event that a lot of people put a lot of work into. We look forward to being a part of that as well. And always a special night, and they do that every other year now. And looking forward to that. Your thoughts on the Hall of Fame banquet and what goes into that?
I tell you, I finish it up. I finish that night up every year giving just about the same speech, because it is truly how I feel. And it reminds me once every year, every other year, of how special of a place we really have here. When you hear these guys talk and these ladies talk, these inductees, past greats from the Denham Springs history, it truly reminds me, where I'm at, and it's very humbling, and it's just an amazing thing to be a part of and see. And I tell you, I take it with great pride to be the head football coach and athletic director here, and to follow guys like a Butch Wax and Drew Nettles, and build upon what they left and the legacies that they've left as Hall of Famers. And really, it just reminds me of how big time this place really is, and how can we make it bigger. And it just refocuses me every year, every other year now, on what it is we're trying to do at a place that very few have really been able to do. But it is a lot of fun to be around them and see the history of where I'm at.
All right, as we do switch gears to the Woodlawn Panthers now, they do come in with new head coach Trayman Douglas, who has been on the staff and at the school for a number of years, but takes over in the head coaching position. And this is a school that you held the same position as head coach for earlier in your career. But, Coach, I feel like we talk about this, more than we should with the turnover in coaching staffs at some of these schools. And, how difficult is it for these kids to have a different person in that seat on what seems like such a regular basis now?
Well, and it's like we talked about earlier when I got here, stability is so critical in the growth of a program. And, just like the bigger levels of football, it's starting to creep down into our levels that, people don't want to be patient with the growth. And, we're at a public school. I mean, we're going to have spurts. There's going to be years we're not good. I can't go out and replace them. I can't go out and get kids, nor will I go out and recruit kids. I'm not into that game. I think if we build a program that's legit with the best facilities and have one of the best schools in the state, people should want to come here. So, but it's not like I get to go out and just handpick kids to replace guys that we lose. So stability and a culture is so critical, and it's got to be the right fit. Sometimes we got good football coaches that aren't the right fit culture-wise, to where things change. Turnover, I definitely think hurts kids because they got so much of this age going on, and then on top of learning everything new, learning new people, you take a little of that stability and that home away from them where they're comfortable. It does provide challenges. And Tramon's a good football coach, always has been, and I hope he does really well there. But they need some stability there. They're going through the transition to St. George, which is going to change a lot of things for them. But keep some people around the program that really care about Woodlawn and those kids. That's how you build Woodlawn. It's the same thing here. We got people intact that truly love Denham Springs, that want the best for Denham Springs, and you get some great work out of guys that feel that way.
Last week, Woodlawn comes from behind to defeat Walker 20-17. And watching that film from Woodlawn and Walker, I feel like I was watching Hammond again. There's a lot of similarities between Hammond and Woodlawn, especially at the quarterback position with Bryce, as he is able to make some plays with his feet. How do you see them?
Yeah, quarterback is very scary, just like Hammond. But again, we've already been in this situation, and we did it on the road in the week 1, which the bullets are completely different. And the setting is completely different because it is real for the first time. So it was, it's going to be a great tune-up to learn from to going into this one, because you are going to see a quarterback that's very elusive, that can beat you with the arm and beat you with his legs, and they're going to have playmakers. They got those guys in the stable. They are going to be a lot like Woodlawn, and the challenge is seeing the different styles of coaching with these different types of players and how they put their pieces together and how they adjust throughout the game. And, that's our job to figure out, how to stop them and how to score and, keep pouring on these guys. If we start fast and put them in that situation where they're uncomfortable, that's where we got to get.
Defensively for the Panthers, they returned 6 on that side of the ball, and big-time stops last week against Walker when they had to. So what do you expect to see from them on the defensive side?
for one, I expected confidence. I mean, you stop a Walker team with a Chad Mahaffey offense, I mean, you've done something. And I've always said that. I think Chad's one of the best play callers in the state, and they proved that they could handle that, and especially with their back against the wall. So, I mean, it says a lot about this Woodlawn team is no joke. I mean, like I said, they're going to have a confidence. You know, you've already beat one LP team and in comeback fashion. We go toe-to-toe with them last year down to the wire. You know, so their confidence is going to be up against us to where they're going to have a feeling they can beat us or think they can beat us. So, you know, they're going to come in defensively. They're going to fly around. They're going to be physical. You know, they're going to make plays, and you know, we got to put them in a bad spot. We got to get them down quick to where, you know, they have to do things that's only going to play into our hand a lot quicker than the second half.
After such a physical and draining game last week against Central, how has the team responded? I know y'all come in on Saturday mornings. What was the demeanor like of that team? Was it we let this one get away and we're better than this?
Yeah.
You know, you always talk about reading the room. How has practice been, and how was the response getting over Central last week?
Well, I tell you, the response will really be known Friday night, you know, as we've poured into this week with a great energy. You know, the thing that sucks about football, you play and you let one get away, you got to wait a whole week to play again. So there's a lot of emotional roller coaster rides you got to ride throughout the week as you're still trying to reel them in and keep them committed to, you know, to the next one and going 1-0 this week. And I thought they'd done a great job coming right back in and responding. You know, Saturday morning, they were down, but it was like a pissed off down, which I can handle that. I mean, sometimes we got to look in the mirror and be mad at ourselves. That's the only way we can grow from it. And they were in tune completely to getting the little things cleaned up that we had to clean up, and they bought into everything we discussed that morning and went right to work with an amazing energy and, you know, ready to come back in. We've had a great week of practice, you know, and the biggest thing this week is, you know, don't beat ourselves. You know, if Woodlawn comes in and beats us because they're better, hats off to them, but don't let Denham beat Denham. And so we've really done some things to hone in on who we are and get crisper running the offense, getting nastier running the defense, and saying, you know what, if you're better than us, you're going to have to come prove it. We're going to do our job. We're going to do it at a high level, and we're going to take care of Denham and let Denham take care of Denham and play our game, and then the best team wins.
All right, Coach, always looking forward to a great Friday night at Yellow Jacket Stadium. Always appreciate the time. Go Jackets. Best of luck. We will talk with you next week.
Yeah, thank you as always. Great job, Mom, Dad. Love you. We're going to get back in this W column starting tonight.
All right, that was head coach of the Yellow Jackets, Coach Brett Beard. We're back after this on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
With Bank Plus, your account is always just a tap away. Bank anywhere, anytime with free Bank Plus mobile banking. Pay bills, transfer funds, and check your account day or night with the Bank Plus mobile app. Deposit checks with the snap of a photo. Keep tabs on your account with transaction alerts. Lost your debit card? Disable it instantly from your smartphone. Then, turn it back on when you find it. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We're again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Amite.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Todd Caruso, Attorney at Law, Duke's Seafood and Steakhouse, Modad 1 Individual Sewage Treatment System, Forest Grove Plantation, and Billy Leach Professional Title Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back into the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Just getting closer to about 3 minutes or so until kickoff here. Josh Ward alongside Mitch Covington. We got Lamine Figueroa back at the studio. Chris Ledoux on the camera. Darren Frente on-site producer. Mitch, you're here with me. John Fines next door. Doing Lord knows what he does over there, but we're just going to let him stay there. Glad to have you along here with us. We are coming to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Ask that you always give it a like and subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Mitch, 34-28 last week. Want to flush that one against Central, focus on Woodlawn here. But, going back and looking at that film of Central, just some of those mistakes and missed opportunities that you had just really bothered you. And I know Coach Beard, and talking with him this week, he was a little fired up about it. Feels that he's ready to see this team come out and respond against the Woodlawn Panthers.
Well, I had already forgotten about it and flushed it, so thanks for bringing it back up. And I'd already moved on, was worried about Woodlawn, and you're living in the past, Josh. I don't know, but yeah, definitely last week.
You want to talk about Live Oak last year?
A few of the turnovers.
Got it.
I haven't forgotten that one, have I? No, but man, we just put the ball on the turf a couple of times and lose the turnover battle. They had a big special teams touchdown and in a one-score ball game. That was the difference. And so obviously you want to clean those things up. And as we kind of mentioned, what happened last week. Take what you did well, try and improve on it this week. And you've got a lot of areas to learn from, a lot of places that we can improve and get better from, and take that lessons that you learn, move forward, and use that on the next 8 weeks of the season.
One thing that Coach Beard did talk about was the how long it takes to get back on the field after that. You got to go through a whole week of practice and all that to get to this point. So he's excited to see how the Yellow Jackets respond tonight. And Woodlawn comes in with a big comeback win over the Walker Wildcats last week. And so it's going to be a team coming in with some confidence, as Coach Beard said.
Yeah, I'm an old baseball coach, so I love that if you go out on Friday night and you lose the Friday night baseball game as an LSU fan, well, we got Saturday. Let's wrap around and try and win 2 out of 3. Well, football, you got to wait a whole 7 days, a whole week to get back on the field. So these guys have been, upset since last Friday night, ready to get back out there and turn the tide back in their favor.
All right, we are going to pause for the national anthem here. So when we come back, we will have your James Drugstore starting lineup and Mitch's Covington's keys to the games. We're back after this on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy has been serving the wonderful people of Livingston Parish for over 20 years now. This is Ben Wilson, Denham Springs High School, class of 98.
And the much younger Stephen Wilson, class of 2003. We are honored to have the opportunity to help those in our community return to a normal way of life following injury. From the geriatric population to the young athlete, we are committed to helping you become stronger, faster, and better.
So for all of your physical therapy and rehab needs, come see us at Peak Performance Physical Therapy, located in Denham Springs at 145 Aspen Square, or visit our website at peakperformancephysicaltherapy.com.
Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as the news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
Welcome back in to the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up as we will get you the James Drugstore starting lineup, brought to you by James Drugstore, locally owned and operated, serving Livingston Parish for almost 100 years, where old-fashioned service meets modern-day medicine. That is James Drugstore, Florida Boulevard in Denham Springs. We will start with the Yellow Jackets offensively. Left tackle will be Nate Black. Left guard, Max Arce. Center, Bryson McCabe. Right guard, Christian Ferguson. Right tackle, Angel Villagomez. Wide receivers, Brenton Paul, Sean Goldman, and Trey Sills. In the backfield for the Yellow Jackets, Tanner Kerner and Hayden Ray. And the quarterback is John Goldman. Defensively now for the Yellow Jackets, defensive end, Devin Mack. Nose guard, Devin Cupid. Defensive end, Debo Scott. Linebacker, Jackson Sagan. Linebacker, Cedric Polt. Linebacker Caden Allen, and linebacker Bryson Smith. And in the defensive backfield, it will be defensive backs Jaden Washington, Trenton Matwire, Angel Morrow, and Quentin Clay. So that is your James Drugstore starting lineup, brought to you by James Drugstore. And now, my favorite part of the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up is Mitch Covington's keys to the game.
That's your favorite part,
That's my
right,
favorite
Josh?
part.
Favorite one get there. Well, look, what we're looking for this week, as we mentioned prior, we did have a special teams bus. Central running a kickoff back for a touchdown. We want to clean up all those areas on the special teams, make sure we have solid snaps, holds, and kicks, and do good coverage units when we're kicking the football. We want to force some turnovers on defensive side. Woodlawn last week against Walker put the ball on the turf a few times, a couple of bad snaps here and there. We want to take advantage of that tonight, try and create some turnovers of our own, and then also we want to keep that momentum on offense. We've started the year playing pretty well offensively. Good job in the Jamboree. Had a good first after struggling for the first quarter against Hammond. Really had a strong last three quarters. And then last week against Central, played pretty well on the offensive side. Let's keep that good momentum moving forward and put a unit out there on the field that can put up a lot of points on the scoreboard.
All right, and that will do it for the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. As always, brought to you by Sporting Center, proudly serving Livingston Parish since 1977. At Sporting Center, they've got everything you need, from athletic equipment to school uniforms. Go see Stacy Phipps, James Adam McCants, and their terrific staff over at Sporting Center. That is 205 South Range Avenue in Denham Springs. Yellow Jackets will get the ball to receive. It will be Tanner Kerner and Trey Sills back to receive this opening kickoff.
Don't try and find the Woodlawn kicker now. We got a roster, but it ain't the best roster, and their kicker number 22 is not on our roster, so number 22 kicking for Woodlawn.
Let's see, I did have a number there. Was he 24, Sicard?
Well, there's a 22 and a 24, I believe.
Here's the kick. It is 22. You are right. It will be Tanner Kerner. We're underway here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Gets it at the 10, the 15, 20, 25. Still on his feet at the 30. Has some space at the 40. Beats the kicker. Spins around at the 50 and gets into Woodlawn territory to the Woodlawn 41-yard line. Will be first down for the Yellow Jackets. Nice return, Tanner Kerner.
Well, let's put a first part of a check for a good special teams play. We just mentioned we want to have some good special teams play tonight. Tanner Kerner did a great job of fielding the kickoff, getting upfield, finding a crease in the defense there, and only the kicker did a good job of not bringing him down, but slowed him down enough that the other guys could catch up to him. But the Jackets are starting with great field position on the Woodlawn 42.
All right, it will be first and 10. 42-yard line of Woodlawn is the official line of scrimmage. See if the Yellow Jackets can get one of these offensive fast starts and get this thing rolling here early on. Goldman will be out of the shotgun. Here is the snap. He will fake the handoff, throws it quickly to Hayden Ray, who has it at the 38, gets to the 35, and we'll see where they mark him down. Looks like he's going to get to the Woodlawn 34, maybe 33-yard line.
Really wasn't a lot of room for Hayden Ray to run when he caught it. We caught the ball about 4 or 5 yards deep, got a quick throw, and there was 2 Woodlawn defenders there. But as he caught it, he just turned and drove the 2 Woodlawn defenders backwards and went from a 4-yard gain to a 9-yard play just on pure strength.
Will be 2nd and 1 now from the Woodlawn 33-yard line. Here is the snap. Goldman will hand it off in the backfield to Kerner, who gets to the 25 and will be tackled inside the 25-yard line. Will be our first Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's is children-friendly with great food, locally owned by Big Mike O'Neill, a new member of the Denham Springs Hall of Fame.
Congratulations to Big Mike. That's right. We've got a few. This is a pretty much alumni night here at Yellow Jacket Stadium. We've got we're honoring those in the Hall of Fame, the new inductees to Denham Springs High School Hall of Fame. Plus, we have alumni cheerleaders out here on the track helping lead the way tonight. So a lot of alumni in the stands.
First and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Woodlawn 23-yard line. Fakes the handoff in the backfield, looking to hit Tanner Kerner, and it will be incomplete. We'll stop the clock with 10:41 left here in this first quarter. Just underway. Yellow Jackets with the opening possession of this one. But, yeah, Mitch, there's a lot going on here. You've got the Hall of Fame inductees, which they'll show at the halftime. There's a class reunion going on. There's a cheerleader thing going on. I mean, all kinds of things going on here with alumni tonight.
So everything but homecoming. We don't
Everything
have homecoming,
but, yes.
but we've got all the alumni coming back tonight, and so it's a pretty good crowd out here. And the Jackets trying to put a show.
On 2nd and 10 from the 23, it'll be Tanner Kerner coming to the near side, and he'll be tackled just shy of the 20. Looks like the ball comes out, and it is going to be a fumble and a turnover. It is going to be first down for the Panthers. I can't believe it. 10:34 left here in the first quarter. Back after this timeout, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is Serve Pro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at Serve Pro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. Serve Pro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. Serve Pro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football. Yellow Jackets will fumble. Tanner Kerner will lose it. Woodlawn will recover it. And kind of what we saw last week, Mitch.
Yeah, putting the ball on the ground on the first drive. That was very reminiscent of last week.
It will be Ahmad Price. No, excuse me. That is not. Yeah, you're right. That is going to be Randall out of the shotgun. He is going to get it to the open receiver. That is going to be Luckett. Luckett gets to midfield and will be tackled in Yellow Jackets territory, shy of the Denham Springs 40. So it is going to be a first down. That is Arnold Luckett on the reception for Woodlawn.
Yeah, Woodlawn with a little switch at quarterback. Caden Randall, who, last they have the quarterback Ahmad Price, who was a starter last week. He was a quarterback for him last year. Quite honestly, I thought I saw him out there catching some passes before the game. I don't think he's hurt. But right now, Randall's in at quarterback, and on the first play, they had a big game.
First and 10 for the Panthers. It is at the Yellow Jacket 42-yard line. Going to hand it off in the backfield. I have to see who that number was for you here in one moment. Give me a second,
I believe
please.
that's Kyrick Jones.
Yep, that's
number
Kyrick
32.
Jones.
Yep, Kyrick Jones getting the handoff there. But just for the Jackets, we get the ball, great kickoff return, couple of really good plays. We've moved it about 30 yards in about 3-4 plays, and then all of a sudden we drop it on the turf. And in the first play for Woodlawn, they break a tackle in the flats and then sprint about another 35 yards afterwards. And now we're back on our heels at the moment.
Going to be 2nd and 10 from the Yellow Jacket 42-yard line for the Panthers. Here is Randall. Randall going to keep it himself. Coming to the near sideline, gets to the 40. Going to be tackled shy of the 35. It'll be third down for the Panthers. You know, Mitch, looking at these two sidelines, the numbers game is a lot of Yellow Jackets to a little bit of Panthers when you look at just the numbers on the roster and on the sideline. So that could play a little factor late into this game.
Doesn't matter as much in the first quarter,
right,
but you get to the late in the second quarter, and then, of course, as you get to the second half, that definitely can play a factor. Last week, we had a lot of guys cramping up, and I do think that affected the fourth quarter. A few guys were just hobbled a little bit, couldn't go full speed. One starter out of the game, and his backup got beat for a touchdown at the end of the game. Just conditioning early in the year, guys trying to get in that full four-quarter game speed.
Randall from the shotgun will get the snap, looks to his left. He throws it. It is going to be caught, and that is going to be, let me get that number for you. That's 13. They run about 20 different guys, it seems, on offense.
I think every guy with an eligible receiver number might end up as a receiver tonight. Woodlawn does. They've got a starting 4 receivers, but then there's any defensive back or outside linebacker or somebody may end up on the offensive side of the ball, and that right there was Rashad Fleming Rika, one of their starting linebackers who called it. But look, great job by the Yellow Jacket cornerback, Jaden Washington, fighting off a block from a receiver, getting upfield and making that tackle for just about a half-yard gain.
All right, so it will be fourth down. Panthers are going to go for it on 4th and 5 from the Yellow Jacket 37-yard line. Randall from the shotgun drops back, has pressure coming, going to unload it. It is going to be caught by Knox. Knox gets to the Yellow Jacket 20-yard line. Will be first down for the Panthers, but we do have a flag on the play.
Hopefully that's going to be holding. We had a good blitz going on, and we got in the backfield untouched, originally chasing the quarterback. And I think one of the other defenders that was trying to get to the quarterback and give Randall a chase was grabbed and held by one of the Woodlawn linemen. Got somebody down. That was a pretty good little pop right there at the end of that play. That's the receiver. He's a two-way player. Jordan Knox, a senior. He's a big guy. He plays offense and defense for him. I saw a pretty hard hit there at the end of that play. He's just kind of shaking up at the moment. He's got trainers down there giving him a look.
All right, we'll take a quick injury timeout with 8:15 left here in the first quarter. We are scoreless. We're back after this. It's Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central, Safe Voyage Tattoo, Use Safe and Lock, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Mashan and Associates General Contractors, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, and Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, it is Jordan Knox going to be helped off the field with a little assistance from the cart there. So
he might have a cut on his forehead. They're holding something there. I don't think that's ice. Might have he might have got a little cut from the helmet on the pads in there, and he's bleeding up on his forehead right now.
All right, give us a quick moment to remind you that we come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Always ask that you give it a like and subscribe. Keeps you up to date on all things that are going on here at DS Jacket Vision. We are on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. And Yellow Jackets will fumble on their first possession of the night. It is now 4th and long for the Panthers after the penalty. They will send out the punt team.
Tell you what, I want to give a little shout-out right now. One of my Denham Junior High PE students, Wyatt Burkeen, I talked to him on Monday. He was fired up. He was watching us last week in Central. I pulled him aside today and said, hey, Wyatt, you're going to be watching tonight? He promised me he was. So I think Wyatt's out there going to follow the Yellow Jackets and try and help get us to a victory tonight. So if you're out there listening, Wyatt, we want to tell you hello, man.
Tanner Kerner will be back to receive on 4th down. He will stand back about his own 10-yard line. It is LeBleau who will be the punter. It's going to be a high sky one, hits about the 25 and rolls. And we'll be down about the 24. They're going to say that Denham Springs touched it, and now it's Woodlawn ball. Is that right, Mitch?
Yeah, it's going to be Woodlawn's ball. It was right around one of our guys blocking downfield, and the ball was on the ground, and he was trying to decide, do I jump on it, cover it, do I not? And I'm pretty sure it bounced off his foot, and Woodlawn jumped on it and recovered it. No, they're going to give it to the Yellow Jackets. It just looked like it might have hit his foot, it might not, and then he was trying to figure out, do I jump on the ball, do I not? And while he was deciding, when the Woodlawn players jumped on it, luckily for the Jackets, the refs are going to rule that the ball never did hit him in the shoe, and so the first person to touch it would have been a Woodlawn defender as he dove on the football. So Jackets catch a break right there. Going to take it 1st and 10 at the Woodlawn 25.
They're on 25.
The Denham Springs 25.
Yes,
you are correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I was like, while I was sitting here writing it down, I was like, wait, did I mess that up?
Nope, it was
me. This is off to a weird start here tonight, Mitch, with Yellow Jackets fumbling on the first one. 1st and 10, Yellow Jackets are on 25-yard line. Fix the handoff. We'll get it to Sean. Sean will be tackled across the 25, gets about to his own 27-yard line. It'll be 2nd down.
Quick wide receiver screen out there to Sean, and that's be some late play activity just happened with a flag. I believe that one's going to go against Woodlawn. Didn't see really a Denham guy there after the end of the play and the tackle, but it was going to be about a 3-yard gain, but just one of those plays. You get out quick to the sideline, make the Woodlawn defenders run. You mentioned low on numbers. Make those guys run sideline to sideline all throughout the game and just wear them out a little bit, as we're going to have more depth than they would. And then at the end of the play, that was going to be a dead ball personal foul against Woodlawn.
All right, so the personal foul against the Panthers will make it a 1st down, and it'll make it a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets 1st down. Check out the Denham Springs Sports Hall of Fame at Big Mike. So the Hall of Fame that is at Big Mike's, he can now go see himself every day. You can just walk past the case and be, hey, there I am.
Big Mike doesn't need a plaque. He'll just put a chair in that hallway and just sit there and say, here I am.
Yep. 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets now. They will have it at their own 43-yard line. Goldman will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be to Paul. Paul gets across midfield, and we brought down at the Woodlawn 49-yard line.
Just watching some game film of Woodlawn and knowing what we have with Denham Springs this year, it's just kind of a game like you don't want to beat yourself and then turn the ball over early in the first on the first drive. We almost hit the ball on a punt. Is kind of beating yourself, but Woodlawn is a little sloppy in some areas. You just saw a penalty right there. Sometimes on their punts, they have trouble getting it back to the punter. They'll help us out if we don't do anything to help them along.
Pistol formation on 2nd and 2. Goldman will hand it to Hayden Ray. Ball is on the turf again. It looks like I think the Yellow Jackets will be okay here, but nope, they are not. They are saying that Woodlawn with the recovery. Hayden Ray fumbles it. Turnover. Yellow Jackets, their second of the night. We're back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel. One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenck, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Hebert, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football. 6:55 left here in the first quarter. We are scoreless. Woodlawn will take over after a fumble by Hayden Ray.
Yeah, defender shot through the line kind of unblocked. There was a missed assignment on the offensive line, and he hit Hayden Ray right as he received the handoff, and the ball fell out.
Randall out of the shotgun will get the snap. He drops back from the Yellow Jacket 49-yard line. Going to throw it downfield. It is going to be caught by Luckett. Luckett will get across the 35 to the Yellow Jacket 34-yard line. First down for the Panthers.
Looked like that was going to be another missed assignment because Luckett was downfield, uncovered. Cedric Polk did a good job of getting over there and making a hit and stopping him after the catch, but he had a lot of open room and nobody covered him tightly as he released down the field.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. They will play it at the Yellow Jacket 34-yard line now. Randall from the shotgun. Get a little substitution here. 4 receiver set. No, excuse me. Yeah, 4 receiver set with 3 out to the far sideline. Here is a pass in the backfield to Luckett. Luckett will be wrapped up and dropped for a loss.
Super job by Jackson Sagan right there. He did a good job of taking on the blocker, getting backfield. He almost batted the pass down because he read that bubble screen so quickly, but glad he didn't because as they called it, he made a tackle, and instead of an incomplete pass, we got about a 3-yard tackle for a loss. Just a really good job on play recognition right there by Jackson.
And that will stop the clock and bring us to our first Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break. Brought to you by the Water Tree, water that simply makes you feel good. That is Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. We are back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Going to be 2nd down. It is going to be Randall who will be wrapped up in the backfield for a loss on the play. So we will give a little shout out to Caden Allen there getting in the gap and making some contact.
Yep, Debo Scott was there. Bryson Smith was there. Caden Allen, a lot of guys there. I mean, last week against Walker, they were struggling to score, and then the second half, they got to some quarterback runs. It really was more of a not really designed quarterback runs, but his quarterback was dropping back, and a lot of that was Ahmad Price that was doing some of that, and then finding just a gap in the defense and taking off and running. Well, right here with Randall, that was a designed run, but the Yellow Jacket defense was right there, and another tackle for the loss, bringing up a 3rd and really long.
Yep, going to be 3rd and 17. Ball back at the Yellow Jacket 41-yard line now. Woodlawn, it will be Randall out of the shotgun looking to throw. He does. There's going to be incomplete. And that brings up 4th down for the Panthers.
Probably another punt situation, even though they are across midfield, but being 4th and 17. And I mentioned last week they struggled getting the ball. They had at least two bad snaps to the punter. If the punter set up at about 12 yards, the ball was landing about 10 yards back there to the punter. So this is a spot that Woodlawn wants to shore up and make sure they get a good punt snap and a kickoff. But if you're the Yellow Jacket defense here, this might be a situation that can kind of kickstart your team, which right now defense is holding their own, but offense, we just got to stay focused and quit putting the ball on the ground.
On 4th and 17 from the Yellow Jacket 41-yard line, it will be LeBeau to punt this one away, and we've got a flag on the play, I believe.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yep. Let's see. They blew it dead. Substitution. Oh.
Yep. So it'll be against the Panthers. That'll back them up. Make this a little bit
delay
further.
Game?
I don't know if it was. I mean,
they said delay game, but possibly I didn't. But it was 5-yard penalty, whatever it was. But possible delay game.
Will be 4th down. It will be Tanner Kerner back to receive. Here is the punt. Kerner will let it hit at the 10, and it will roll. Actually, it'll stay right at the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. 5:02 left in the first quarter. We are scoreless, and we are back after this quick timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. It'll be from their own 10-yard line. Goldman will be wrapped up in the backfield and brought down for a loss on the play. So, Mitch, Yellow Jackets not quite up to the start you were expecting here, trying to rebound from last week.
After the kickoff return and the first 3 offensive plays, it looked like you were on your way to getting points on the board quickly. And now we've dropped the ball on the turf a couple times. That right there looked like we set up a quick wide receiver screen at the outside, but Woodlawn had a good job of having people in the area. So Goldman decided to tuck it and run, and we didn't have many guys blocked on the interior right there. So Woodlawn got pressure in the backfield and a tackle for a loss.
So it'll back them up 2 yards, make it 2nd down and 12 from their own 8-yard line. Goldman will fake the handoff, will throw it, hits Sean. Sean's at the 25 and still on his feet, trying to reverse field, and he is going to be brought down just about the 30-yard line. It will be 1st down for the Yellow Jackets. Make that a Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill Jackets 1st down. Big Mike's is open after the Denham Springs football games. Check it out, Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
That's a good read by quarterback John Goldman. That's a true run-pass option right there as he tried to pull it back from Enzo Landry. Enzo was trying to take the football and run with it, but John Goldman was able to pull it out and then find his brother on that quick little slant route for a big gain and get us out with some decent field position at the moment.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets, their own 30-yard line. Here's going to be a quick pass to Enzo Landry. Landry at the 30, the 35, the 40, and will tiptoe out of bounds at the 43-yard line, and it should be enough for another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets 1st down. Cater your next big party at Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. You can also catch your next big party there as well. That is 1st down, Yellow Jackets.
Do you think we have to start referring to it as a Hall of Fame Big Mike's
Hey,
first
you know
down?
what? It's a good question. I'll run it up the chain of command and see what we do for next week.
Hall of Famer Big Mike's 1st down.
It will be 1st and 10 Yellow Jackets. They have it at their own 43-yard line. Goldman will try to throw it quickly to Trey Sills on the near sideline. It will be incomplete. Brings up 2nd down now for Denham Springs.
Jackets have done a good job of working the ball out wide on the edge with some receivers blocking downfield for whoever catches the ball quickly near the line of scrimmage to pick up a few yards there. Like I said, once you get them stretched out a little bit and they start edging closer to the sidelines, you try and find a little running room back on the inside at that point.
Makes it 2nd down and 10. Goldman from the shotgun on 2nd and 10 from his own 43-yard line. Brenton Paul lined up in the backfield to his right. Here is the snap. He will give it to Paul. Paul goes right up the middle across midfield. He's at the 40, the Woodlawn 30. He's off to the races. He's at the 20, the 10, the 5, and he is pushed into the end zone. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets.
That's that versatility of the Yellow Jacket offense. That's the 4th player on that's about 9 offensive plays maybe, or 10 maybe. 4th offensive player to get a handoff for the Yellow Jackets. And that time, Brenton Paul on his first handoff of the night. Sometimes he catches balls out as a wide receiver. That time he's in the backfield. And just as we mentioned, those passes to the sideline has Woodlawn spreading that defense out. And then we find an inside zone run right there. And Brenton Paul showed great speed as one of the Woodlawn defenders had an angle on him. And he just outran him to the end zone right there. So quick 6 on the board for the Yellow Jackets.
Going to be about a 57-yard touchdown run run for Brenton Paul. Jonathan Bravo's extra point is going to be through the uprights. Extra point is good. 3:30 left here in the first quarter. Yellow Jackets 7, Woodlawn 0. We are back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
As we welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football, it will bring us to our first Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. Go ahead and hit us, Mitch.
That was a 90-yard scoring drive. The Yellow Jackets started on their own 10-yard line and only took a minute and 32 seconds, and it finished off with a Brenton Paul 57-yard touchdown rush. And with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first quarter, the Yellow Jackets have a 7-0 lead over the Woodlawn Panthers.
That is your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Bravo will kick it off from the 40-yard line. He will get it to the 25. On the return, shy of the 30, is going to be Cameron Stewart, and it'll be first down for the Panthers. This is the worst field position I think the Panthers have had all night so far.
Well, they're starting after a kick, not after a
that's
turnover.
Right after,
so
exactly.
When you start, when you finish every drive with a kick, whether it's a punt, a field goal, or a kickoff, hopefully after that, kicking an extra point or something, you have the chance to use field position. But when you fumble the ball on the turf and another team picks it up and you turn it over, a lot of times they have short fields to work with. The defense, other than the first play, Woodlawn hit a quick first play on us, got some, about a 30-yard play. But other than that, they've held their own so far in this first quarter. And another quick stop right here would be, a good chance to keep that momentum on the Yellow Jacket sideline.
It will be Randall out of the shotgun, 1st and 10 from his own 29-yard line. Here is a handoff in the backfield, hit at the 30, and moving the pile with him for a few positive yards. Ball's going to be loose. Ball was stripped and popped out, and it is going to be recovered by Caden Allen, so it is going to be a fumble. I do believe that the ball popped out. Caden Allen says he recovered it, waiting for the officials here.
It popped out a long way. Caden Allen wasn't in the pile. That ball popped loose, and Caden Allen ended up over on the side, and it shot right over to him. And the whistle hadn't blown. There was a lot of Jackets there trying to hold the Woodlawn Panther runner, but he was pushing the pile forward. He was going to make about a 6-7 yard run out of it after getting hit at about 2 or 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. But as he was fighting for those yards, that ball was ripped out. And I don't know if it was Caden that was in there by himself that ripped it or the ball shot out and he caught it, because the first time I saw Caden Allen was running with the football and didn't look like he was coming from the pile. So Yellow Jackets get a turnover back after 2 quick ones on our side. We're the ones with the short field now because we created a turnover ourselves.
And it had to shoot out. I mean, the pile sitting there moving around, and then all of a sudden you see Caden Allen kind of off to the far sideline there with the football. And, there was a little confusion. Like you said, there was no whistle that we were able to hear and trying to figure it out.
Because he was still moving the pile forward. Like he was picking up more yards, so the referees were giving him that momentum as he kept moving forward. But the Yellow Jacket defenders ripped the ball out, and then that's a tough break for Woodlawn. Is Kyrick Jones also looks like he's limping off the field right now with help from the trainers, not putting much pressure at all on an ankle. So I'm not a doctor, but he may be doubtful for returning for the rest of this game right now because he's not putting any pressure at all on that right foot.
Yep, so that would be Jones down for the Panthers. Jordan Knox, the wide receiver that we saw go off earlier. And we haven't seen him come back in yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. Panthers, as we talked about earlier, down in numbers. This could end up being a tough deal for them. But they got so many guys they use on offense. Really, I'm sitting here looking at my chart, and I have nothing put out but offensive players that are not linemen.
Their quarterback Randall, he's out here right now, lined up as a slot defender, lined up on Hayden Ray at the moment. But yeah, those guys that they may be a linebacker or a defensive back. You'll also see them on the other side playing receiver or running back or somewhere. Those guys get a lot of action throughout a 4-quarter football game, but it's a lot of players that rotate in and out for them as well.
All right, going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. It will be a turnover by the Panthers. Here's a handoff in the backfield to Landry, and the ball is loose, and Woodlawn will recover it. One play and a fumble.
Third different player that has fumbled for the Yellow Jackets today. Three different ones.
3:08 left here in the first quarter. It is Yellow Jackets 7, Woodlawn 0. We're back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. Their own 23-yard line. Randall going to let it fly downfield. It is going to be incomplete. Flag on the play. That will be pass interference against the Yellow Jackets. So
it's going to be
Mitch,
pass interference, or it's going to be mugging. Jaden Washington, I think I saw every bit of the shoulder pad for the receiver Knox. I don't know if they're twin brothers or cousins or whatever. That's not Jordan Knox. We just mentioned been hurt, but that's his brother. First name Knox, no, but they're both. I'm sorry, I was thinking of a different Knox. That's number 9, not number 6. But we had a whole lot of jersey in our hand on the pass coverage right there, and definitely going to be pass interference and first down for the Panthers.
3:02 left here. First quarter action from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Yellow Jacket 7, Woodlawn 0, but it is going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. They will have it at their own 38-yard line. Randall drops back, looking to throw downfield again, and yet again, another flag on the play.
They just went right back to it. Another go route on Jaden Washington, and once again, that's a good call. He had a handful of jersey once again trying to slow down. That's Trendon Bennett over there, and like I said, we apologize sometimes with some of the names. We didn't get a roster from Woodlawn until we had to search for one. We went and found a roster, had a little help from some other broadcasting partners.
Don't get me on my soapbox, because I was going to let it go, and now you get me fired up.
It's about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We found us a roster, and it's hard to come get the names for all the Woodlawn players at the moment. But just 2 go routes, and remember last week, that's what Central – they hit 3 deep ball touchdowns on us, and we like to play aggressive man-to-man coverage on the outside, and Woodlawn's just attacking that at the moment.
1st and 10 for the Panthers now from the Yellow Jacket 47-yard line. Here's a snap over the head of Randall, and the ball is loose, and looks like the Panthers are going to recover it, but it is going to be all the way back at their own 43-yard line. So, Mitch, just to touch on what you said real quick, because now that you brought it up, now I'm just, it's not that hard to just send an email to a roster. And I'm going to just tell you, I asked 5 different people in administrative roles for the roster. And I'm going to say I finally, I got a late email after you did some searching as well. So, I don't want to hammer it too hard here, but, we're trying to give these Woodlawn players credit where it's due. And that really helps out. So as we're sitting here trying to get it figured out, I appreciate you getting me fired up.
Well, you got me upset earlier bringing up Central last week. So.
Yep. Okay, so now we're even. 2nd and long now for the Panthers, back at their own 43-yard line. Randall having to go way back. He's back at his own 25-yard line now, going to keep it. Flag comes out. Gets across the 35, going to be brought down at the 33-yard line, so it'll be 3rd and long. We're going to wait and see what this flag is about as well.
Like I said, watching film on Woodlawn, I was able to kind of get an idea of what kind of team they had and all. This is just, if you're a Panther fan, this has got to frustrate you. You've had 2 big shots downfield and 2 15-yard penalties on Denham, so 30 yards in 2 plays, and the first snap after that, you just get a bad snap to the quarterback, and it turns into about an 8-yard loss, and you fumble. And then on 2nd down, you're trying to screen, and then Denham had a pretty good coverage there. Caden Shute, one of the Yellow Jacket defensive linemen down there right now, playing at the nose guard position, was right there to help break up that screen pass. And then that turned into another big loss. And so you went from 1st and 10, so in just 2 plays, now you're facing 3rd and about 23, 24. And they've been shooting themselves in the foot throughout the season. Now, having said that, we've shot ourselves in the foot more than they have tonight with our own fumbles on the offensive side as well. But just not the most cleanly played game at the moment tonight for either side.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout called by the Panthers. They will take their first of the half. They will take it with 1:37 left here in the first quarter. Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0. We are back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Your local tree service in Denham Springs is Louisiana Tree Pro. Louisiana Tree Pro is a licensed and insured arborist. Louisiana Tree Pro is the only company in the parish that has a saw head, so they can remove trees by remote, making the job safer and more efficient. Louisiana Tree Pro specializes in emergency removal of trees on homes, and they're experienced with billing insurance companies. And Louisiana Tree Pro offers free quotes. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro. Visit treeprola.com.
As we welcome you back in to Yellow Jackets football, first time out of the night called by the Panthers. They take it with 1:37 left here in the first quarter. Let's go ahead and do a quick little intro of one of our Hall of Fame inductees there, Dr. Hunter Bond, who was a three-sport letterman in football, baseball, and track, who had some 10 interceptions in 1984 for the Yellow Jackets. He would go on to become a great supporter of the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets with the Bond Roten Eye Center. So one of our great sponsors here as well. So congratulations, Dr. Hunter Bond. He is one of the first inductees we are mentioning here tonight.
And Dr. Bond is quite the average golfer.
Oh, okay.
Way. So average golfer.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what kind of golfer I am. So you know, but don't say it, Mitch. Here is Randall on third and long. Pressure is coming. Hit as he throws. The ball is going to hit the turf. It'll be fourth and long for the Yellow Jackets. Seeing that defensive line pin their ears back and going after Caden Randall.
And then Cedric Polk was right there, inside middle backer, and we were looking at some defensive stats earlier today. He's second on the team in tackles, I think, through 2 games so far, and he was right there with a good pass deflection as he had the running back out the backfield covered very well and not any room there. Even if they'd have called it, Cedric was right there to make a play.
Yep, Cedric Polk, 14 solo tackles. He's been involved with 19 of them. He's having some really nice performances here for the Yellow Jackets defensively. We'll send out the punt team on fourth and long. It will be the punt away. Tanner Kerner going back to receive it. It hits at the 35 and will roll to the 30. Still rolling and will be down at the 25-yard line. It'll be first and 10 for the Yellow Jackets after this quick timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by BJ Pawn and Gun, Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Liberty Auto Sales, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, and Quality Furniture Restoration. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, minute 20 left here in this first quarter. Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0. Going to be first and 10 for the Yellow Jackets now. They will start this drive at their own 24-yard line. Goldman will hand it off to Brenton Paul. Brenton Paul at the 30. He's at the 35, 40 across midfield. Brenton Paul off to the races at the 30. He will be stopped shy of the 25-yard line of Woodlawn, but a big first down for the Yellow Jackets, making it a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Come book your next party in one of Big Mike's banquet rooms. That's Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
And the most impressive thing, as Brenton Paul got tackled 40 yards downfield, he held on to the football, and there was no fumbles on that one. And so, like we said, there's been 3 different running backs tonight that have put the ball on the turf. Brenton Paul has only touched it twice, and he's got maybe 100 yards rushing in just 2 rushes right now.
Will be first and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. It'll be from the Woodlawn 25-yard line. It'll be another handoff to Paul, and Paul will get to the 20-yard line. Nice 5-yard pickup by Brenton Paul. So what's so impressive about Brenton Paul is his ability to run and catch. They can put him out in the backfield. They can put him out at receiver. And
he had that big touchdown last week against Central,
right.
The first play of the second half, a deep post over the middle of the field. That went for, about 70 yards probably, touchdown pass.
I think it was 62 officially. Yeah.
Okay, and so, but Brenton, he can split out wide as a wide receiver, or you get him in the backfield and hand him the football.
Second down and 6 from the 21-yard line now. Goldman going to take a shot towards the end zone. It is going to be intercepted at the goal line on the return, gets to the 5 and will be hit and brought down about the 5-yard line. On the interception is going to be Jalen Knox, and it will be first down for the Panthers with 14 seconds left here in the first quarter. So
just too greedy on that one. Just tried to take that shot down the field. Great play there by Jalen Knox coming in and reading it well, jumping the route and picking it off, and just another turnover. That's 4 turnovers in the first quarter for the Yellow Jacket offense, and we've hit some big plays. We're racking up the total yards, but you got to finish drives, not put the ball on the ground or throw it to the other team.
So it will be the 7-yard line officially for Woodlawn to take over.
And so once again, need the defense to make a good stand, and they've done their part really for the first quarter, giving up a couple first downs due to penalties. One big play to start the game, but they've held their own, forced a few punts, got a turnover themselves. Now we got Woodlawn pinned back. If we can get some kind of stop here and force a punt after a few plays here, we'd have great field position for the offense to have another shot to get more points on the board.
From their own 7-yard line, Randall will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be to new running back there. We'll get his number there. He tackled
That was Cedric Polk off the end, though. It became the defense for the Yellow Jackets. He looped around the outside and met the running back quickly in the backfield, and not only did he hit him, but drove him backwards. And so not going to be a safety. Ended up on the ground in the end zone, but it's still going to be about a 4 or 5 yard loss on that first down play.
All right, so it will be the end of the first quarter. That will hit triple zeros. 1 quarter in the books here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. It is Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0. We are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
As we welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football, getting ready to get the second quarter underway here from Yellow Jackets Stadium. 4 Denham Springs turnovers in that first quarter, Mitch. That's not going to make the coaching staff very warm and fuzzy at halftime.
Where's Mr. Robert at? That might be some kind of a Denham record, 4 turnovers.
He would know it.
In
and
one quarter.
He is watching. He's got the Robert Graves scoreboard. That will be keeping you up to date on scores around the area here tonight. Mr. Robert, always great with the information he shares with us as well. Going to be second down and 16 for the Panthers now from the shadow of their own end zone. Randall will get it. He will throw it, caught at the 5-yard line to the 10, leaps over defender. Let's see, we've got a new number in here yet again. That is going to be DeMarcus Jackson on the reception for the Panthers.
I'll recall that at one point, I don't know if it's been broken, but 29 points in one quarter was a Denham Springs High School record. I think we had that against Lee High School one year. But that's on the good side. We're looking at the bad side right here on the most turnovers in one quarter, and so we don't want to be on the bad side. We want to try and fix that up, so maybe the second quarter we can get some good things going back for us and expand this 7-0 lead we have at the moment.
You think there's a bit of a hangover from last week, Mitch? I mean,
I think they're just trying to do too much. They're just trying to they're wanting to put points on the board and score quickly, and sometimes when you just try and do that, you just that interception I think is just an example of forcing the action a little bit. It really take what you have and don't try to make something extra there. And we took the deep ball when we were on about the 20-yard line and tried to put it in the end zone in one play. And that's just being a little bit too aggressive, I believe, in that scenario.
All right, Woodlawn will take a timeout. They will take their second of the half. They have 1 remaining. Gives us an opportunity to try to catch our breath here and tell you that we come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. As always, we ask that you give it a like and subscribe. Keeps you up to date with all things that we are doing here at DS Jacket Vision. And we are on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Great to have you all along with us. Here the chat's getting excited. Got to give a quick shout out since you gave one to one of your students earlier. This one I have to do or I'll be in trouble. Hi, Mom. My mom got to get in the chat, so thanks. I know she's back home up in the big city of Watson watching with the old man. So
she's in the chat, huh?
She's in the chat.
I'm pretty sure my mom's watching, but I don't think she's joined the chat yet. I think she just watches on her iPad.
Want to give a shout out to the Beard family watching from Nashville tonight at Coach Beard's sister's house. So it's exciting to have them along with us as well. I could just hear them yelling on the back porch in Nashville, Tennessee right now.
Yelling, hold on to the football?
That's right, yes. 3rd down and 6. It is going to be Randall, quarterback keeper, gets to the 15-yard line, still on his feet at the 20, still on his feet at the 25-yard line. Going to be first down for the Panthers. Randall, with the quarterback keeper, moves the sticks for the Panthers.
Yeah, we had a chance there. Trendon McTwire had a chance to tackle him right near the first down sticks, but Randall just showing some good strength as he broke the first tackle and then ran past another player and picked up a pretty solid gain there for Woodlawn, as now they have moved it out to the 25-yard line, and so they were pinned back at their own 10. About their own. Well, after the tackle for loss,
correct, yeah,
they were inside the 10. They were inside the 10 after the tackle for loss on the first play. But now they've got it out to the 25-yard line.
First and 10 Panthers. They're on 25. It will be Randall from the shotgun. Here is the snap. He will hand it off in the backfield. On the carry, that is going to be Brian Carter, who moonlights as a quarterback sometimes as well. So many different moving pieces on this offense for Woodlawn. I mean, when you look at the chart here, I don't have a single offensive lineman listed on this chart, and it's almost full. It's how many different people they are putting in on this offense.
And then, like we mentioned, Ahmad Price, he was the quarterback last year, and he quarterbacked a lot last game, number 0. I thought I saw him in warm-ups a little bit, but I haven't seen him out on the field anywhere tonight. So
it will be Randall out of the shotgun on second down. He will be flushed out of the pocket. Hit as he throws. A flag comes out, so we'll have to wait to see what this one is about. And I tell you, Devo Scott was in that backfield awfully quick.
Yeah, that's going to be a holding on the inside of the Woodlawn Panther line. We had pretty good pass rush going right there. You mentioned Debo, but also I think we were getting some pressure up the middle. Caden Shute playing nose guard. He's been a linebacker at times this year. It's a young man that's flopped a little bit. He's not a big guy, but he loves to get out there and play defensive line. He's always wanted to be a defensive lineman, and in high school he's going from D-line to linebacker, back to D-line. I know he played some linebacker a couple weeks ago, and then this week he's back at nose guard. He was getting a good rush, getting a good push up the inside right there, and so somewhere they were holding and grabbing one of our pass rushers. Did a pretty good job without much of a we didn't give like a big blitz on them right there, just our 3 or 4 front linemen up front trying to get in the backfield and gave Woodlawn Panthers offensive line some trouble.
All right, so it will be a holding call against the Panthers. That'll back them up, makes it second down and 16. Ball will be back at their own 20-yard line. 9:36 left here in this first half. It is Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0. Randall from the shotgun will get the snap. He is going to throw it, looking for the screen pass. It's going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Bennett on the far side.
Did a really good job right there, and play recognition. And okay, that's probably Drayden Goldman. I couldn't see the number. He's got it tucked up under his shoulder pads, but that is number 90, Drayden Goldman. He was out there, an outside linebacker. Did a good job of reading the receiver screen. He was in the backfield quickly, so if that ball would have been held on to, he was there for a tackle, but he also helped kind of be in the vision of the receiver trying to make that catch.
And a young guy, just a sophomore for this Yellow Jacket defense.
Just another Goldman. He is a younger brother of the twins. So, from Tyree Goldman a few years back, the Denham Springs all-time leading rusher. We got the twins, Sean and John Goldman. Got Drayden Goldman right here, and there's a freshman, Jackson Goldman, making some noise in the freshman games as well.
Got a timeout called. Looks like Woodlawn will take their final one of the half. We will take it with them as well. Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0. Back after this timeout, it is Yellow Jackets football.
You are our first priority at Innovative Audio. Innovative Audio offers the very best selection of mobile audio and video, window tint, and vehicle security. Innovative Audio's installation and tinting is the finest in the industry. And Innovative Audio's work comes with lifetime warranties on all audio, video, and tint installations. Most importantly, Innovative Audio specializes in serving you. You are our first priority at Innovative Audio, 1400 South Range, Denham Springs. Visit us on Facebook.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football, 3rd and 16 for the Panthers. Randall being pressured. He is going to throw it. Going to be
that was a
brought
different
down for a
quarterback.
loss there.
The little screen pass, yeah, but that was a different quarterback, number 17, threw that one.
Oh, sure enough.
And,
you're right. God almighty.
Just tell you, I don't know if Randall limped off the field a while ago, and now I do see, I mentioned number 0, Ahmad Price. I see him on the sidelines in shorts at the moment. And so Woodlawn, the injuries are starting to rack up. We mentioned low in numbers and total numbers. They got a lot of kids, they get out on the field and play, but low in total numbers, and we've had a few injuries already this game. It looks like they started the game without their starting quarterback as well, so that's a uphill battle for them.
Yeah, and I thought I saw him warming up too as well when I did my walk around the field, but it is definitely on the sideline on 4th. It is going to be the punt team out. Punt is away. Tanner Kerner will have it at the 40, gets to the 35, the Woodlawn 30 pushed out of bounds. We've got a flag on the play. We're going to let them figure this one out, and we're going to take this quick timeout, and we are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
Welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. Going to be 1st and 10 for Denham Springs. It will be they're going to tack on a penalty against Woodlawn after the return by Kerner.
I believe. Okay, it's just a jumbo set. I was like, Coach Beard might be sending a message here. There's a lot of new numbers out there I wasn't looking for, but we just gotten a jumbo set right here.
Going to be 1st down for the Yellow Jackets from their own from the Woodlawn 15-yard line.
But we came out after the short field, after the punt, and then the catch interference on that one, and had a little jumbo set. Carlos Gonzalez in the backfield, and then of course when we go to some of those jumbo sets, Preston Carmichael, one of the guys in the backfield.
Going to be a tight bunch set for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman will hand it off to Brenton Paul. Brenton Paul will try to spin around at the 15-yard line, trying to fight for some yardage, trying to get to the 10. They'll bring him down at the 13-yard line.
I think the 2 flags on the field are probably going to be face mask. The way they were thrown in right as he was trying to get out of a tackle, I believe the Woodlawn defender had a handful of face masks.
Coming up for the Whistle Stop halftime report, it will be John Fine and guest Cecil Harris, Denham Springs Hall of Famer himself, member of the school board. Looking forward to that. You know, Mr. Cecil is one of those guys where he knows where all the bells and whistles are and how to get things done around here.
Cecil does. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just looking at some different guys. Like Will Robertson's in the game right now at right guard. The Yellow Jackets, like I said, they tried to I saw some new faces and some new numbers in that offensive huddle when they went out there on the field just then. I don't know if that's Coach Beard sending a message to a few guys that maybe been putting the ball on the ground and not being as focused as we need to be, or just the jumbo set that we're looking at right here.
Going to be Goldman under center. We'll hand it off to Paul from the 6-yard line on 2nd and short after the penalty against the Panthers. 7:38 left here in this second quarter. It is Denham Springs 7, Woodlawn 0.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was thinking it was 1st down because of face mask, but you're right. It's only half the distance to the goal line, so it's not automatic. And we only got to move the ball about 6-7 yards there, which brought up a 2nd and short. And we didn't get any yards on that play, so now we're still playing 3rd down right here.
Yep, going to be 3rd and 1 from the 6-yard line of Woodlawn. I formation for the Yellow Jackets. Hand off to Hayden Ray, who gets to the 5, across the 5, fighting towards the goal line. Going to be tackled just shy of the end zone. They're going to put him 1st and goal at the 1. That'll be 1st and goal. Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill, Jackets 1st down. Visit Big Mike's website and check them out on Facebook. That's Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Yellow Jackets going quick here. Goldman I formation on 1st and goal. Going to give it to Hayden Ray, who will be in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets. Hayden Ray, 1 yard, touchdown score.
And that was set up by a good defensive stop after Woodlawn had the ball deep in their own territory. A good punt return, which was added to with the interference call on the catch. And so the Yellow Jackets, with a short field, turned that into 6 more points, and then looking for the extra point here by Johnny Bravo to make it a 7-point trip.
We'll send out Jonathan Bravo to attempt the extra point. Dylan Johnson is the holder. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick is up. Through the uprights, extra point is good. 6:53 left here in the first half. Denham Springs 14, Woodlawn 0. Back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Bank Plus, together with Zelle, makes it easy to send money straight from your smartphone to friends, family, the yard guy, babysitters, or millions of others with access to Zelle. So yeah, pretty much anyone. And of course, they can all send you money too. Settle that dinner tab with Zelle. It's free, fast, and secure. And right in the Bank Plus mobile app. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC. Zelle is available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. Brings us to a Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. What you got, Mitch?
Just a 15-yard scoring drive, and that didn't take but just about a minute and 30 seconds off the clock. Finished up with a Hayden Ray 1-yard touchdown run, and with 6:53 left in the second quarter, the Jackets are up 14-0.
That is your Brandon Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Here's the kickoff. It is going to be fielded at the 15, getting to the 20-yard line. Going to be tackled shy of the 25. We'll get to about to the 24-yard line. That was Caden Turner on the return for Woodlawn. Well, they will start this drive 1st and 10 from their own 24.
Josh, we could use a little light sometimes in the press box. I know the light sometimes reflects on the camera, so we're careful with that.
I brought you a flashlight, Mitch.
Look, I was just looking. It was Chris McKnight. Chris McKnight was flying down the field right there on the kickoff coverage, and he didn't make the final tackle, but he sure made the first hit and slowed the Woodlawn defender down as he spun around and tried to come back the other side of the field. And great coverage by the Jacket kickoff unit as Woodlawn is just starting on the 24-yard line.
All right, so it will be, see who they bring in at quarterback this time for the Panthers. Trying to make out the number here. Nonetheless, here is a snap, hands it off in the backfield. Flag will come in on the play. All right, that is 17. That is Ricky Mitchell, who we had mentioned came in on the previous drive. So, as you mentioned there, Woodlawn having to go through some personnel here tonight. Injuries not in their favor.
And I'm wondering if Randall got hurt on that last drive as well, because it's not like he slid out to receiver and getting some other looks right now. So this is the, third different quarterback for Woodlawn I've seen going back to last game to tonight. And you mentioned some other snaps were taken last week as well. So a lot of different looks. Penalty going to go against the Yellow Jackets. Did you catch what that one was?
I did not catch what that one was.
But it was a 15-yard face mask. Yep. Thank you, Chris Ledoux. Good to have another set of eyes up here helping us out. And so just the theme of the night, a lot of penalties and a lot of turnovers at the moment.
Going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. It'll be at their own 40-yard line. It will be Mitchell from the shotgun looking to throw, going to fire it downfield. It is going to be incomplete at the Yellow Jacket 35-yard line. Intended receiver was Bennett.
Right? Yep. They tried another deep shot. That's the third one they've tried on Jaden Washington. The first two times, Jaden had a handful of jersey on both of them, and interference. That was very good coverage right there. Nowhere really for Woodlawn quarterback to put the ball, as the ball was just kind of led out of bounds there. But Jaden Washington had really good coverage on that attempt.
It will stop the clock with 6:23 left here in this first half. Woodlawn has used all of their timeouts. Yellow Jackets still have all three of theirs. 2nd down and 10 from their own 40. Mitchell from the shotgun rolls, will look to throw. He does. It is going to be caught at the 40-yard line, makes a move, and we'll get to the 45-yard line. On the reception for the Panthers is going to be Arnold Luckett.
Yeah, good job by Devin Mack right there, hustling down, chasing down a running back, catching the ball at the backfield. Devin Mack from his defensive end position, chasing him down the field to make that first tackle.
Timeout on. Oh, yeah. That will bring us to our second Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break, brought to you by the Water Tree, water that simply makes you feel good. That's Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. 6 minutes left here in the first half. We are back after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Like it was never there, Louisiana Tree Pro is your tree care specialist, expertly handling tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and storm cleanup with 24-hour emergency tree removal. And Louisiana Tree Pro does it the right way with properly licensed and insured professionals who will get the job done quickly and safely with a quality result. Their goal at Louisiana Tree Pro is to leave your property better than they found it. That's why their motto is, like it was never there. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro.
You already know that State Farm agent Brandy Robertson offers great service, but what you probably didn't know is that State Farm also has surprisingly great rates on auto insurance. In fact, customers call them jaw-dropping, and the surprise isn't reserved for just some. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson has surprisingly great rates for everyone in Denham Springs. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Just be sitting down when you do. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
We'll get back into Yellow Jackets football. Going to be 3rd down and 5 from their own 45-yard line for the Panthers. It is going to be Mitchell. He is going to throw it. It is going to be caught by Luckett, and Luckett is going to be brought down for a loss on the play. He'll lose 2.
Yeah, that's the same play they just ran to the right side of the Woodlawn offense. They tried the left side this time. Bryson Smith was right there to make the tackle on the running back coming out the backfield for a loss of yards right there. But when you get down to maybe your third quarterback, that playbook gets real small on what plays you think the quarterback may be able to execute. So, tough spot for the Woodlawn Panthers, but I don't see the punt unit out there on the field right now on this 4th down. Looks like they may be going for it.
Play clock down to 8 seconds.
And you mentioned they're out of timeout.
Yeah, they're out of timeout, so they're going to have a hard time this one to get off. Yep, Mitchell is going to try to line up. Play clock down to 0, and it will be delay of game. Yep, there's the flag. Delay of game on the Panthers. Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of confusion there, Mitch. They did not seem to know what they wanted to do. And
well, see Randall coming back in the game now, so for Woodlawn Panther fans, that would be a good
welcome,
good news for
welcome
them.
return. Yeah, right. No doubt.
But now they're going to bring the punt unit on after the 5-yard penalty. They thought maybe as they were close to midfield, maybe at about 4th and 7, they'd give it a shot, see if they get the first down. But after the penalty, they're now bringing out the punt unit. And just something to watch for. Like I said, they've had troubles with the snaps, and I don't know if they worked on it and did switch snappers this week or whatever, but last week they were having issues in that part of the game.
It will send on the punt team on the 4th and 12 from their own 38-yard line. Here's a snap over the punter's head. It's back at the 15-yard line. He's going to pick it up at the 10. He is going to run with it now, and he is going to be brought down at the 16-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets at the Woodlawn 16-yard line with 5:01 left here in the first half. We're going to take this quick timeout. Back after this, Yellow Jackets football.
Did you know that you no longer need a doctor's order to attend physical therapy in the state of Louisiana? This is Ben Wilson from Peak Performance Physical Therapy, reminding you that if you have an injury, nagging pain, or if you want to simply improve your overall health and well-being, come see us at Peak Performance. Gladly serving the fine people of Livingston Parish for over 20 years, now with 3 locations including Denham Springs, Watson, and Maurepas. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
Welcome back in Yellow Jackets football. It is going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will officially start this one from the Woodlawn 17-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun will hand it off in the backfield to Brenton Paul, who's at the 10-yard line. At the 5, it'll be 1st and goal for the Yellow Jackets. Brenton Paul with another big run. Make that a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's delivers through Grubhub or DoorDash. That is Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill. 1st and goal for the Yellow Jackets. Going to mark him down at the 6-yard line officially.
For the first half, I'd have to give an MVP award to Brenton Paul. He has really given the Jackets a big boost at the running back position.
Out of the shotgun will be a handoff again to Paul. Paul is going to come towards the near side. He's going to be in for the score. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets. Brenton Paul, 6-yard touchdown run. Yellow Jackets extend the lead.
Everybody's holding up. The return, they didn't mark him in the end zone, I guess.
I thought this official here on this side did say
there's a guy standing at the goal.
Flag?
It's a flag. Yeah, I saw it's a flag. Okay, I saw the kickoff team, the field goal unit went to run on the field, and they all stopped and turned around. Our better set of eyes over there, Chris Ledoux, says there's a flag on the field.
It is. It's in the end zone in the yellow part of where Jackets is spelled, so we couldn't really see it. But it is a hold against the Yellow Jackets. So that will push them back. 4:34 left here in this first half. Yellow Jackets 14, Woodlawn 0. So Brenton Paul did cross the line, but the penalty will erase that score.
But the Yellow Jackets will still be playing first down, so 1st and goal from the 13-yard line.
All right, so they will line it back up. Goldman will work it from the shotgun, has Brenton Paul in the backfield, 2 receivers out to the far side. Goldman will wait for the snap, gets it, hands it off to Paul. Paul to the 10-yard line, spins around, and will be brought down at the 7-yard line. It will be 2nd down and goal.
Well, he got half of what we needed right there on first down. So from the 14 down to the 7. So we're going to play 2nd and 7. Everything's been in the run game since we threw the interception there 2 possessions ago. We've run about 6-run plays in a row. Of course, we've been right down there tight in the red zone on all of those plays, looking to try and pound our way into the end zone.
Going to be a tight formation. Goldman from under center will hand it off in the backfield. It is going to be fighting to the 3-yard line. That Paul again?
That was going to be Hayden Ray.
Okay,
he was
Hayden Ray
lined up at the
checked in.
fullback position, a little quick fullback dive. So a little I formation right there. Hayden Ray was at the fullback position, and Brenton Paul at tailback, and just a quick hit and play to Hayden Ray, trying to get that pile moving forward toward the end zone.
All right, going to be 3rd and goal for the Yellow Jackets now. It is going to be at the Woodlawn 4-yard line. Clock running with 3:27 left here in this first half.
I think we're going to wait here and let the clock roll down and then call a timeout. So it looks like our offense standing around looking to the sideline.
Yep, and you can see Coach Beard sitting there about the 25-yard line, waiting to
just let the play clock roll down
all
and get a timeout.
Gets down to 2 seconds. He takes the timeout, and we will take it with them as well. 3:09 left here in the half. It is Denham Springs 14, Woodlawn 0. Back after this, Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Forest Grove Plantation, Liberty Auto Sales, Shea Landry Closing Attorney, Milestone Title, Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Modad One Individual Sewage Treatment System, and Duke Seafood and Steakhouse. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
3:09 left here in the first half. Yellow Jackets 14, Woodlawn 0. Yellow Jackets trying to punch it in here. They use their first timeout of the half. As mentioned earlier, Woodlawn is out of timeouts.
I think Denham's probably playing 2-down territory, maybe trying to take 2 plays here to get a touchdown. I don't know if they kick a field goal from inside the 5.
Here is Goldman looking to throw on 3rd and goal. He's going to be flushed in the pocket. He is going to throw it towards the goal line. Going to be incomplete as nobody was around and pressure was coming. And it is going to be 4th down now for the Yellow Jackets.
And I was wrong on that one. Sometimes I get them right, but that wasn't 2-down territory as the field goal unit is going to come on as we attempt the field goal here. What's going to be probably about a 22-yard field goal or so, 24. Now, I will say Goldman right there missed Hayden Ray. He was open in the middle of the end zone right there. He ran about 2 steps into the end zone, turned around, and no one had him from Woodlawn. But Goldman was rolling out to his left, and Hayden Ray was sitting right over the middle of the field. We just missed him on that one.
Be about a 21-yard field goal attempt for Bravo. Ball is lined up in the middle of the field. Johnson is the holder. Here's the snap, the hold. The kick is up through the uprights, and the 21-yard field goal by Jonathan Bravo is good. It will be Yellow Jackets 17, Woodlawn 0, and we will have the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
As we welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football, we've got, about 3 minutes left here in this first half. Yellow Jackets extend their lead to 17-0 over the Woodlawn Panthers. Jonathan Bravo will kick it off from the 40, and then we will get to your scoring drive. Bravo kicks from the 40, end over end, will be fielded at the 27-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers, but it brings us to the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for Auto, Home, and Life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Gianna Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. Hit us, Mitch.
That was a 2-minute and 3-second drive. The Yellow Jackets only went 13 yards because we started with the short field position after the botched punt attempt for Woodlawn. Ended up in a 21-yard Jonathan Bravo field goal, and the Yellow Jackets take a 17-0 lead with 2:58 left in the second quarter.
Yeah, was it 21 yards officially?
21-yard field goal, yes.
All right. All right, and that is your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. 1st and 10 now for the Panthers. They will start this drive at their own 29-yard line with 2:58 left here in the first half. All right, let's see. Is Randall back now at quarterback?
Randall back at
Randall
quarterback,
has checked back in, so we saw him come out before Woodlawn punted on the previous one. Randall will get it out of the shotgun. Looking to throw it downfield. He fires it. It is going to be incomplete at the Yellow Jacket 30-yard line as he fired that downfield, trying to find Bennett.
Bennett's been the deep guy right here, but Angel Morrow from his safety position with real good coverage right there. That was a deep post over the middle of the field. And Morrow, first time we've called his name tonight, really, because there hasn't been a lot of action in the middle of the field. He's a safety right there, and a lot of times in the middle between the hashes, and all the action has been a deep throw on the outside by the numbers or run plays there on the inside of the line. And Angel Morrow did a good job in pass coverage there.
Morrow involved with 21 tackles thus far on the season for the Yellow Jackets, 11 solo, 10 assists, and he does have 1 interception on the season. On 2nd and 10 now, Randall, with the quarterback keeper, will be hit behind the line of scrimmage and pushed out of bounds. He'll lose a couple on the carry.
I believe that was Bryson Smith, the first guy there, helping with the tackle, trying to get the ball stretched out wide. Bryson Smith, a junior outside linebacker, right there in position. Cedric Polk chasing it down from his inside linebacker position, also there, at least with a half tackle.
Hey, Mitch, real quick, congratulations, big win. Denham Springs Junior High, 42-6 over
42 to 14.
42 to 14, my bad.
Over Live Oak, and so that's 2 years in a row we got them. Last year was the first time we got over that hump, and this time we took a little bit more relaxed second half. We not as stressful as some of the ones in the past, as we did a really good job and jumped out quick on them.
3rd and 10 now for the Panthers. It will be Mitchell back in at quarterback for the Panthers, and he will throw it. It will be, was it caught? Caught? I can't
Not caught. No,
okay, so it hit the turf.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does hit the turf. It will be incomplete. Intended receiver that time was Caden Randall. So there's just all kinds of crazy things that are
Randall
going
playing
on
receiver
here.
that time, trying to get to him. But sophomore, we mentioned a while ago, Drayden Goldman chasing him across the field on the drag route with good coverage. And, you know, it's about LSU with the Weeks brothers. They all want to have all three of them in the game at the same time. It's not going to happen because West Weeks got hurt. They want to do it this week against Southeastern, but we don't have them all three at the same time. But we got Sean Goldman, we got Jean Goldman, and now on defense right now playing tonight, Drayden Goldman. So 3 brothers in the game, just not on the field at the same exact time yet.
Sends out the punt team for the Panthers. Tanner Kerner back to receive. Stands about the 45-yard line, but it is going to hit at the Yellow Jacket 37. Will roll out of bounds. It'll be 1st and 10 for Denham Springs. 2.5 minutes left here in this first half. All right, Mitch, so Yellow Jackets 17-0 here over the Panthers after a really, really rough start offensively for Denham Springs.
Just maybe sloppy start. Wasn't rough as far as we couldn't pick up yards. We would move the ball down the field a little bit, then drop it on the turf or move it down the field. And one time took a shot passing-wise and then turned into an interception. But all in all, we still have a 17-point lead. 2.5 minutes left and a good chance to get some 2-minute offensive work right here as we are about 62 yards away from the end zone. We have 2 timeouts, so if we can work it down the field and get a few first downs, we put ourselves in scoring position.
Going to be 1st and 10. There's going to be a handoff in the backfield to Brenton Paul. Gets across midfield, stays on his feet, tackled shy of the Woodlawn 45. We'll put him down at the 47-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets, making it another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Live music on the weekends, trivia monthly, and Mitch Covington's favorite, line dancing on Wednesday nights.
I'll tell you what, we don't have any official stats, but Brenton Paul's got to be at about 115, 120 yards rushing tonight in the first half.
Going to be another handoff in the backfield on first down to Brenton Paul from the Woodlawn 47-yard line. He will barrel all the way down to the Woodlawn 37, so it should be just enough for a first down, and it sure enough is right on the money. So another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Happy hour 3 to 7 weekdays and all day on Sunday. That is Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets going quick here. Going to be another handoff to Brenton Paul. Going to be hit in the backfield this time, and he'll lose a yard or 2 on the carry.
I was about to say, my favorite kind of 2-minute offense is just run the ball for 10 or 12 yards of play and keep popping it off about 25 yards in 2 plays. That time, Woodlawn, maybe they were sitting back thinking pass situation in the 2-minute offense, but we hit them with a couple of runs. That third time, they kind of figured it out and got to Brenton Paul in the backfield.
All right, it is going to be Goldman. We'll hand it off again to Brenton Paul, who will get to the Woodlawn 35-yard line.
All right, now we're playing third down. I do feel this one's going to be 2-down territory. I think we would go for it if we had an incomplete pass here or we faced anything 4th and 9 like we're facing on 3rd and 9. So we still have our 2 timeouts, but playing 3rd and 9 right here at the Woodlawn 36-yard line.
Will be Goldman on 3rd down and 8. Here is a snap. He will roll to his left, throws on the run, gets it to Hayden Ray at the 35. Ray will make a move, gets to the 30, stays on his feet, still fighting for positive yards, and he will be tackled shy of the 25. It will depend on the spot, but I think it's enough for a first down, and it is. Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. They are children-friendly with great food, and they are locally owned by new member of the Denham Springs Sports Hall of Fame, Big Mike O'Neill.
Good job right there. John Goldman rolled out to his left. He found Hayden Ray short of the first down sticks, but he made one defender miss, and he ran through 2 other guys to push the pile forward to pick up the first down.
On 1st and 10, Goldman will roll to his right, looking to throw downfield. Incomplete as Sean is unable to haul that one in. And there's an article in the paper today about how the 2 twins get after each other. I'm sure Jean is going to say, you got to help me out here, brother.
Somebody's fussing on that one. That was a good throw. Jean was rolling to his right. Looked like a similar play we just ran to the left. Well, this time it came to the right, and Sean was the deeper receiver. He ran a curl route about 10, 12 yards downfield, and as the ball was thrown, Sean, I think, was trying to catch and sprint to the end zone. There was a lot of open field in front of him if he could have beat the one guy covering him, but he forgot the most important part, and that's the security catch. And so dropped that pass. That ball hit him in a good spot, and he just didn't hold on to it, but still playing 2nd and 10 with 35 seconds left, and we do have those 2 timeouts.
All right, so it'll be 2nd down and 10. Goldman from the shotgun, looking to throw, firing it downfield. It is going to be a tiptoe catch on the far sideline. Matthew Duvall with his first catch of the night. Going to be first down for the Yellow Jackets.
That was a good route
Big Mike
and a good
Sports
throw.
Bar and Grill Jackets first down. 1 second there.
Yep.
Mitch, check out the Denham Springs Sports Hall of Fame at Big Mike's.
You'd think this is my first time doing this, right? But no, also he ran a great route. Looked like a go route. We had the defender turn and run it downfield, and then he stopped at about 12, 13 yards right there near the sideline. A good catch, and he got his toes down to keep the feet in bounds.
It'll be first down for the Yellow Jackets as Goldman will work it from the 14-yard line. Goldman going to keep it himself now. He's at the 10, the 5, and in for the touchdown. John Goldman, quarterback keeper, touchdown, Yellow Jackets.
And a good 2-minute drive right there. We still had 20 seconds to spare. Didn't use any of our timeouts, but John rolled out right there looking to find receivers. Found that he had room to run the ball, and then got downfield and made a couple moves on the Woodlawn defenders and found his way into the end zone.
All right, so with 20 seconds left here in the half, Goldman will score with a quarterback scramble, and it is going to be Jonathan Bravo coming on to attempt the extra point. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick, and extra point through the uprights, and it is good. 20 seconds left here in the half. It is Denham Springs 24, Woodlawn 0. When we come back, we will have the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Stay with us. We're back after this. Yellow Jackets football.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
Welcome back in Yellow Jackets football. It will be the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. Bravo to kick it off from the 40-yard line. Here is a kick. It will be hitting at the 30-yard line and will go out of bounds. Flags will come out, and it gives Mitch a opportunity to give us a scoring drive.
That was a 2-minute and 17-second scoring drive. The Yellow Jackets went 62 yards, and we finished it off with a John Goldman 14-yard quarterback scramble, touchdown run, and with 20 seconds left in the first half, the Yellow Jackets take a 24-0 lead.
And that is your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Again, coming up, it will be the Whistle Stop Halftime Report, where it will be John Fine and Mr. Cecil Harris. Always good to catch up with him.
Speaking on Yellow Jacket Hall of Famers, we've been talking a lot about Big Mike, and we had Josh Lewis, and not a new inductee, but Cecil Harris, been in the Hall of Fame
for a long time.
For a long time.
I can't remember what class he was in. I could actually tell you that here in a
moment.
One of the
first few. One of the very first few. I know that much.
All right, 20 seconds left here in the half. It is going to be Randall back in, and he will take a knee, and he will want to take it to the half. So Woodlawn wanting to get to halftime and regroup here, but that will send us to the Whistle Stop Halftime Report, brought to you by the Whistle Stop, with the same great French cuisine and coffee with fast, friendly service, but now locally owned by former Yellow Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs. Yellow Jackets 24, Woodlawn 0. We're back after this on Yellow Jackets Football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by You Safe and Lock, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Coconut Willie's Daiquiris, Mashan and Associates General Contractors, Sport Clips, and Safe Voyage Tattoo. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses. The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel. One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenk, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Abear, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Halftime of Yellow Jackets football. It's the Whistle Stop Halftime Report. I'm John Fine, producer of Yellow Jackets football. Jackets leading Woodlawn 24-0. With us right now, a great friend of Denham Springs High School and of our broadcasts. We are in the house that Cecil built, perhaps. He is Cecil Harris, Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Famer on the Livingston Parish School Board, and a member of the selection committee for the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame. Cecil, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, John. Appreciate it.
Really ugly first half, especially in the first quarter, but the Jackets up 24-0.
Yeah, they kind of had a rough start. You know, the ball must have some grease on it.
Yeah, we counted 4 turnovers in the first quarter, so the Jackets have to feel pretty good being up 24-0.
Yeah.
Cecil, last night, another remarkable Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame banquet, and we were talking over the phone that this has to be the best Hall of Fame ceremony in the state on the high school level, and I think that Denham Springs High School is probably better than a number of colleges' Hall of Fame ceremonies?
It could be. We have a lot of support from the community, which helps. And but those guys that put that thing together do a really good job. Butch is quite involved in that and does an excellent job with it. But there's a lot of volunteers that goes into it. And we try to make it special because it is a special event. It is a special group of guys and gals that's represented Denham Springs over the years, and it's just something that we're all really proud of.
Well, you got Butch Wax, who does a terrific job, as you mentioned. Then you have
John Springs.
I'm sorry,
Jim Springs.
Right, Jim Spring has done a great job throughout the years. Laura Dunlap and Julie Jacobson have sort of taken over a little bit and have done a great job heading it. Then you have the great people at Forest Grove Plantation doing an outstanding job hosting the event each year. Then you have DSTV and Johnny Lombardi.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, to me, the best part of the night has to be the filming that goes in and the presentation of all 5 members. And so many more people who contribute to this thing. The first ever principle that Denham Springs abided by, Kelly Jones, was masterful as the MC. And you can go on and on and on for people that make this happen. As you mentioned, a lot of other folks, too.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so special. As I said earlier, there's just a real good buy-in from all the community and all the community leaders, and it's just a great participation in it.
Well, we talked to Josh Lewis, one of the inductees in Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Let's take a look at the other inductees. Big Mike O'Neill, Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Wow.
Yeah, Big Mike's been a big supporter of Denham Springs athletics for a long time, and we couldn't do without those guys, and they really help us financially as well as support. Mike does the Athletic Association meetings every month. He hosts those at his place, and he's just been a really good supporter of our athletics over the years.
Hall of Fame located at Big Mike's, and he's, as you said, such a great supporter for just about every program at Denham Springs High School. Then you have another terrific supporter and a fine football player in his day, 3-sport athlete, Dr. Hunter Bond.
Sure. Hunter also has been one of those guys that's been here. He played, sports when he was in school, and he's also one of those guys that just stepped in, and whatever you need, he's there for you, and has done a fantastic job of supporting athletics.
Someone you're very familiar with, Randy Watson.
Yes, I ran track with Randy in high school and was a great athlete, and he it's like we're all getting older. It's been a long time, but he was a great athlete in high school. Good runner.
Okay, and Max Roller.
Max Roller was, he was a great baseball player. He did really well in high school, and after he got through with high school, he went on and played pro ball and did real well for himself after high school. But it just goes to show you the type of athletes and type of character of people that we have that's willing to support Denham Springs athletics.
And a couple of uncles of his have done fairly well for themselves. Hall of Fame members in Dr. Michael Stroller and Ben McDonald as well.
Yeah, they sure have. And it just goes back to what I said earlier, the type of people that we have that grow up in our community.
What was it like being part of the first class inducted into the Denham Springs Hall of Fame?
Well, it was great.
2011, right?
Yes, very first one. There was some really quality athletes, some quality individuals that was in that first group, which they all are. And but it was just something special because it was the first time, and of course, being inducted into something for the first time is always special.
I mean, Ruth, Cobb, Wagner, who are the other two in the initial Hall of Fame at Cooperstown? I mean, it is something extra special to be in the first Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the fact that this was 2 classes, 1 year, 5 members. So what's going on with that, Cecil?
Well, it's kind of a numbers game financially. We have certain number of people we have to get in there each year to pay the bill.
Right.
And 5 is usually the minimum number that we want to try to put in each year. We'd like to have more if we could, but just financially, we need at least 5.
Well, it looks like you were saying off the air that it very readily could be a biannual, every 2-year event.
It could be. It just depends on how many we have, people that nominate. And we encourage people in the community. Look, if you've got a family member that's done well in high school, submit their names. I mean, I know it's hard sometimes to go and collect all the information, but you need to submit their names so we can have some people to select from.
Cecil, do you ever come back to Yellow Jacket Stadium now and just take a breath and say, this is surreal and wow? Talk about a little bit, as we're winding down the interview, what went into putting this together and how much pride you see.
Oh, well, it was a lot. And, it was just kind of a vision. It's one of the reasons I got on the school board was, this was kind of a vision that I had. And we're about to wind it down with the field house. We should be finished with that like the second week in December. And when we finish that, we'll have all our complexes, all our facilities here on our campus, which is a big benefit to our athletic program.
Cecil, keep up the great work. Always a pleasure. Thanks for visiting with us.
Okay.
He's Cecil Harris. I'm John Fine. It is the Whistle Stop halftime report. Jackets leading Woodlawn 24-0. Josh and Mitch when we return after this pause on Yellow Jackets football. Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Shay Landry, closing attorney, milestone title, Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground of Denham Springs, Brian Ross, owner OK Computers and Auto Sales, Quality Furniture Restoration, and Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as the news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is Serve Pro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at Serve Pro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. Serve Pro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. Serve Pro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, the Law Office of Ivy L. Graham, Family Specialist, and Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Bank Plus makes it easier to bank. With extended drive-through hours plus 24/7 online and mobile banking, we're here when you need us. Lost your debit card? Get a new one instantly at any Bank Plus location. No waiting for the mail. And interactive teller machines offer drive-up personal service 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturdays. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Welcome back in. It is the Whistle Stop halftime report. Denham Springs 24, Woodlawn 0. Thank you to Mr. John Fine and Mr. Cecil Harris. I always like to go back and see those halftime guests because we don't usually get to hear it. And man, Brandon Robertson was great last week. I know Mr. Cecil was great. He's an old seasoned pro at this by now, and he has he's used to cameras and lights and all that stuff in front of him. So Always good to go back and see him. The guy's just such a wealth of knowledge. Love Cecil Harris.
And then let me add, I mentioned Hunter Bond, very average golfer, but Cecil Harris, Hall of Famer in all sports, a great athlete, and that did carry over to the golf course. Very good golfer, Cecil Harris.
All right, well, good to know. I will not play with him then. All right, Mitch, kind of looking back at that first half, man, the first quarter was just 4 Denham Springs turnovers, but yet you come out 7-0 in that one. But, turnover by the Yellow Jackets, you make Woodlawn punt, you fumble it, you make Woodlawn punt, then you get the touchdown, then you get a turnover by Woodlawn with the fumble, then Landry fumbles it right back to him, then Woodlawn punts, then we get it from a turnover. No, then we turn it over with a pass interception down there by the goal line, and then Woodlawn would finish out in the first quarter. So when you look at that, a quarter that you would like to just go ahead and put behind you.
Yeah, that was not the best quarter of football in Denham Springs Yellow Jacket history, but everything said, the defense kind of held their own when they had to. Woodlawn hit a couple of plays really throughout the first half. They'd hit a play here, hit a play there, but never able to get a consistent drive going. After one big play, the Yellow Jacket defense were tightened up, forced a couple of punts, forced one turnover ourselves. It was just the offense. Once we dropped it on the turf a couple times, I think the players got a little bit antsy. I think they felt they wanted to come out tonight. You mentioned you try and put last week behind you, come out, take control of this game early, and maybe we were just trying to score on every play instead of just do what we're supposed to do. Take 5-6 yard play if that's what we have. 3-4 yard play sometimes pretty good, but we kept trying to hit some big plays maybe, and that led to maybe fumbling the football as we got hit, led to forcing the ball downfield one time on a post route, turned into a turnover and interception. But second quarter kind of got back on track, especially the last 2 drives, put 10 points on the board with the last 2 drives right there. So take a comfortable 24-0 lead here this half. So what you want to do here to start this second half, we got district starting next week with East Ascension, and we want to come out here, finish this game, and take control of it early in this third quarter. Maybe get a stop right there. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. We received to start the game, correct? So Woodlawn's going to get the football. Let's get a stop, get another touchdown on the board perhaps, and then maybe start getting some subs to make sure we have some guys fresh for next week, make sure we keep some guys healthy. Woodlawn, unfortunately, suffered a couple of injuries there in the first half. It was good to see Randall back in the game. He doesn't have anything serious, but they did lose 2 other players at some points in the first half. We don't want that to happen to us, so if we can get some guys on the bench, keep them safe, keep them rested. But to do that, you got to handle business here to start this second half and be sharp and be mentally ready to do your job.
All right, we are going to take our final timeout. When we come back, we will have you ready for second half action here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. It is Denham Springs 24, Woodlawn 0. Back after this on the Whistle Stop Halftime Report.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is your one-stop shop in Denham Springs for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is ready to help. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
All right, that will do it for the Whistle Stop Halftime Report, brought to you by the Whistle Stop, with the same great French cuisine and coffee and fast, friendly service, but now locally owned by former Yellow Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. That is the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs. 24-0 Yellow Jackets with the lead here, and as we get ready to get the second half underway, Want to always remind you that we come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Always give it a like and subscribe. Keeps you up to date with all that we are doing here at DS Jacket Vision. If you can't catch it there, we're on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Great to have you all along with us. Josh Ward alongside Mitch Covington, Darren Ferrente, Chris Ledoux, Lamine Figueroa back at the studio, John Fine as well. And we are ready for second half action here, Mitch. Off to a fast start for the Yellow Jackets would be ideal. Plenty of Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first downs, plenty of Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drives, and that'll get us to a Bank Plus win. So we could check all those boxes.
All that adds up together.
Yes.
Exactly. And so starts off with this kickoff coverage. Like I said, you want to be just mentally sharp, handle your business, and that starts with this opening kickoff right here. Want to make sure we get good coverage. We've done a good job of that tonight. We've pinned Woodlawn inside of their own 30 several times after kickoffs, and that's pretty good coverage. When you keep them inside their own 30, we'd take that every time. And so we want to come out and do that, put up a good defensive stand. And so don't lose your focus. Don't get in there at halftime and start thinking we've got a 24-point lead, because Woodlawn does have big playability. And if you fall asleep, they can hit a touchdown real quick. And if you put another turnover out there like we did in the first half, maybe they turn another quick score, and then you're in a battle there for the fourth quarter. So let's not let it get to that point.
All right, it will be Jonathan Bravo to kick it off from the 40-yard line. Ball is teed up. We are ready to get underway, and here is the foot to the leather, and it is going to be fair caught. Actually, I thought he was going for the fair catch. Ball is now loose, and it is going to go out of bounds. The Yellow Jackets think they got it. There's a flag on the play.
I mean, they're going to throw a flag because it went out of bounds, but they touched it, so
Yes,
that's going to be waved off. Just that shouldn't be a penalty. I wouldn't expect. Now the Woodlawn
So why
guy
do you
that
even
tried
throw the
to
flag?
catch
I mean, I
it, put his
understand that
hands up kind of late and then dropped it, and made him just put it up late. We had a chance to recover that and didn't quite get to the football and corral it as we needed to. And you're just asking, referees make mistakes sometimes too. Threw a flag, he saw the ball goes out of bounds, but that was a referee coming from the front line of where the ball was kicked, and the ref back here where it was caught said it was touched by the receiving team, so no flag on that play. So Woodlawn takes over 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line.
All right, so it will be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. They will start this drive. You said 33 up their own 33-yard line. It will be Randall in at quarterback.
They're missing a tackle.
Yep.
I saw Randall start jumping up and down. I was like, what's he looking for? Oh, he's looking for another offensive lineman.
And here comes big number 75. Boy, he's hustling.
Hard to block with only 4 offensive linemen. Need a 5th.
All right, ready to get this one going here. Randall from the shotgun will get the snap on a 4-receiver set. He has pressure coming, and he is going to escape Debo Scott, and then will be brought down back at the 20-yard line for a loss.
I think Bryson Smith's going to get credit for a quarterback sack right there. And so Smith came up from covering the receiver position as Randall rolled out to his right and was trying to scramble. Bryson Smith got up there quickly, made a tackle in the backfield. And Randall looks like he's on the ground a little bit limping at the moment as he's going to hobble himself off the field. But a good start to the second half there for the Yellow Jacket defense.
Yep. Talk about Debo Scott, Devin Cupid, Devin Mack. We've also seen Drayden Goldman getting in there. So
Goldman's been out there to outside linebacker position. Caden Shute looked like we ran some 4-man front at times. We'd run a lot of 3-man fronts, but when Caden Shute was in the game earlier, at points it looked like a 4-man front out there.
Going to be 2nd down and 13. It will be a handoff in the backfield. That is going to be to Brian Carter, and he will be stood up at the line of scrimmage. Make it 3rd down and 12 for the Panthers.
Now we got another substitution coming in at defensive line, and so that's, right there trying to just keep some guys fresh, moving around in there. Cupid's a big guy, number 99, the defensive nose guard right there, but right now coming in Jeremiah Ardwan. We've seen him also play some nose guard at points this year, so keeping those defensive linemen fresh, run them in and out of the game.
All right, makes it 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd and 13 for the Panthers back at their own 31-yard line. It is going to be another quarterback yet again. Okay, that is going to be Mitchell now, and Mitchell's going to throw it.
It's going to be a false start on Woodlawn. Receiver was still trying to get himself situated outside when the ball was snapped. And then, unfortunately for Woodlawn, one of the linemen is down right now on a play that doesn't even really count. So, just bad luck for the Woodlawn Panthers at the moment.
Yep, they are low-end numbers and are getting depleted here tonight from Yellow Jacket Stadium, which is unfortunate to see. So we will go ahead and take a injury timeout. It is 10:39 left here in the 3rd quarter. Woodlawn trailing Denham Springs 24-0. Back after this, Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Danny Pauline with 5 Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson, State Farm Insurance, Performance Collision Center, Sport Clips, BJ Pawn and Gun, Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, and L. King Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, so they will get the injured Panther off the field. That was big number 55, Joshua Covington.
Could be a distant relative of mine. I don't recall seeing him at Christmas, but who knows?
Or a Christmas card.
Maybe down the line.
All right, going to be third down now. Mitchell going to throw it downfield and is going to be out of bounds as he sailed that one well out of bounds. But right there was Angel Morrow. Morrow always seems to be around where the action is.
Oh, so we had good coverage by Jaden Washington and then Angel Morrow over the top. But then we've got a very late flag coming. It might be on coaches on the sideline because it looked like they threw 2 flags, maybe. One flag came out, and I was worried it was going to be on Washington. Maybe he said something to the receiver after the play. I don't know, but then a second flag came out, and there wasn't a Denham guy around the ref when a second flag came out. So it might both be on Woodlawn coaching staff. I'm not sure, or somebody on the bench of Woodlawn. Maybe offsetting somewhere. Kind of interesting. It's dead ball, whatever. And they're going to come talk to Coach Beard. I don't know if anybody was really complaining for interference. I didn't think we were.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on this one.
But would they just
Well, because there was a late one, then there was another late one.
But that's going to be it's said unsportsmanlike. I mean, it was definitely dead ball, unsportsmanlike. He didn't signal. He signaled. I think it was on Jaden Washington. But why did a second flag come out? But he must have just been saying something to the receiver after the incomplete pass. But knowing that it was, they were sitting at 3rd and 18, the 15-yard penalty is going to bring it up to, maybe in 3rd and 17. It's going to be 4th and 2. 4th and 2 for Woodlawn.
Yeah, so
it looks like they've got their offense out there now. I mean, and not the punt unit. It's going to be the offense.
Now you got Randall looking like he's checking back in. Another missing lineman hustling in. All right, so it's going to be 4th down and 2 for the Panthers. Ball is at their own 41-yard line. Here is the snap. Randall going to keep it himself. He gets hit at the 40-yard line, and he is going to be brought down for a loss on the play. It'll be a turnover on downs. It will be first down for the Yellow Jackets with 10:22 left here in the third. And we are back after this quick timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive from the Woodlawn 41-yard line. Here is a quick throw to Trey Sills on the sideline. He gets to the 35, going to be pushed out of bounds at about the Woodlawn 32-yard line. We'll see where they mark it officially. It looks going to be 3rd and 2, and we'll make it 2nd down and 1.
I'm going to go ahead and back up to that 4th down play. Give a lot of credit to your senior inside linebacker, Cedric Polk. The quarterback for Woodlawn, Caden Randall, had a good head of steam. It looked like he was trying to find his way to get to a first down, and Cedric Polk met him in the open field and just stood him up and stopped him in his tracks.
On 2nd and 1, Goldman will hand it off to Brenton Paul. Brenton Paul will get to the 25-yard line, be brought down about the Woodlawn 24. He may give him the 23, but what they will give it is a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's is open after the Denham Springs football games. Check it out, Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Yellow Jackets going quick here on 1st and 10. It'll be a handoff from Goldman to Brenton Paul. Paul will get across the 20, be brought down at the 16-yard line. Looks like they're going to be closer to the 17, actually.
You'll have us another
and a flag.
Dead ball penalty at the end of it. The Yellow Jacket offensive line been doing a really good job of opening up some running lanes for Brenton Paul tonight, and that time your junior center, Bryson McCabe, was downfield blocking on a linebacker for Woodlawn about 6-7 yards downfield. I know at the end of the play, one of the Woodlawn players gave a little push to the shoulder pads at the end. That's definitely going to be part of the flag. I don't know if McCabe was going to get flagged for anything before that, but I definitely saw at the end the push coming from the Woodlawn player, so I would think at the least it's going to be offsetting.
Gives a quick opportunity to mention another one of the newest members of the Denham Springs Hall of Fame, Josh Lewis, who is probably well known for his record-breaking 57-yard field goal, longest in Denham Springs football history thus far, and he went on to have a nice career at McNeese, won a game winner, 50-something yards against Southeastern. Did you know that?
Anytime I wasn't at McNeese at that point, but of course keep up with McNeese and find out, make sure they win their football games, and anytime was able to be the Southeastern Lions, that's great. Because when I was at McNeese, Southeastern didn't have a football program at the time, so I'm a big old geezer, and Southeastern dropped football for a while before they brought it back. So when they did get back on track, McNeese had a lot of years of momentum on their side, and so good for Josh Lewis to make that game-winning field goal to beat the Lions.
52 yards versus Southeastern for the winner. It is.
I really like more the 47-yarder for Denham Springs High School to beat the Covington Lions. That's one I really liked a lot more than the one he made for McNeese to win. I really liked when he made the game at the buzzer, with the last play of the game, a walk-off field goal to beat the Covington Lions.
I remember that.
And so 47 yards, that is no chip shot for a high school kicker.
After it's all said and done here with the penalties, it's going to be 1st and goal for the Yellow Jackets at the 10-yard line. It is going to be a handoff from Goldman to Paul, and Paul will be stood up and brought down. Going to lose 2 yards on the play.
Oddly enough, I mentioned when we had them spread out, our offensive line's been doing a good job opening up holes, but every time we get in, a tight end set with two running backs, maybe a 2 tight end set with 2 running backs, there's 2 or 3 Woodlawn defenders in the backfield meeting us. So you think in a power running game you'd block them better, but they seem to have more success defensively the more blockers we get in front.
2nd and goal from the Woodlawn 13-yard line. It will be Goldman now. Ball is going to be on the turf, and
that ball never got to Goldman. I don't know what happened.
Was it just
Yeah, I don't know if McCabe just
and Woodlawn's
slipped out of his hand or something, but it never got back to the quarterback. It just rolled on the turf, and just like in the first quarter when we get some good momentum going offensively, we turn it over. This time, we're not going to blame a running back for it. Somewhere on the snap, that ball dribbled back to the quarterback and never got there.
Yep, so it will be a turnover. Yellow Jackets will lose possession there. It looks like Bryson McCabe just unable to get the snap back to Goldman as it hit the turf, and it was recovered by Woodlawn. So with 9:02 left here in the third quarter, it will be Woodlawn football.
Just looking
so what is that? Is that? Let's see. I'm trying to add up the turnovers.
That's going to be our 5th turnover offensively. Offensively, we've had 4 fumbles and 1 interception. That is not anything that's going to have the coaching staff happy, especially tomorrow morning as they start getting ready for the East Ascension game.
Yeah, and you've got a lot of things to clean up here because you're going to go on the road for the district opener next week, and EA it was a tight one here last year from Yellow Jacket Stadium, and now Bethune in his 2nd year as the head coach of EA, they look to be improved. Going to be Randall staying in at quarterback now on 1st and 10 from his own 13-yard line, and he will be pushed out of bounds on the far sideline for no gain.
Got senior defensive end Jarlaria Patterson was in the backfield making the quarterback adjust his angle of attack when he was making the rush right there. And as we said, we're rotating some defensive linemen, keeping a lot of our guys fresh. Defenses, for the most part, been holding their own like as we want them to. And then so rotating a few guys in there, just making sure we get a lot of guys, a few reps, and keeping guys healthy.
All right, we got a timeout on the field, so we will take it with them as well. 8:41 left here in the third quarter. Yellow Jackets 24, Panthers 0. Back after this, Yellow Jackets football.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel. One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenck, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Hebert, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
We'll give you back in to Yellow Jackets football. It is 2nd down and 10 for the Panthers from their own 13-yard line. It is going to be Mitchell at quarterback. He will throw it into the backfield to Carter, and Carter will be wrapped up and brought down for a loss on the play. So they're going to mark them all the way down about the 7-yard line.
Yeah, the Jacket defense has been well prepared for these running backs slipping out of the backfield or a quick wide receiver screen. Once again, Bryson Smith was in the backfield very quickly, and they complete the pass, but Woodlawn would have been better off with an incomplete pass because that goes for a tackle for a loss. And that was a great job of getting in the backfield right there by the Yellow Jacket outside linebackers.
Going to push them all the way back to their own 6-yard line, where it will be 3rd down and 17. It will be Mitchell from the shotgun, looking to throw, has pressure coming. He escapes the first tackle, but then will be brought down for a sack by Debo Scott.
Tell you what, he escaped a safety because it was Devin Mack that got back there first and almost had him tackled in the end zone. He got out of that one, and as he got just across the goal line, Devin Mack comes and cleans him up and gets the sack. So we're going to have Woodlawn punting from their own 1 or 2 yard line right here.
Yep, that will push them all the way back to, I believe, the 2-yard line. It'll be 4th down, so it will be Woodlawn punting from the shadows of their own end zone.
They're going to need some more guys up front. They only have... They short about 2 guys, I believe. There's one coming on. Here comes the second one finally.
It will be Tanner Kerner back to receive for the Yellow Jackets. He stands back about the Woodlawn 30-yard line, and there is a flag on the play, but the punt is away.
That flag's going to be on Woodlawn. The last guy running on the field to get set. The play clock was down to 3. Woodlawn was trying to snap it quickly, and he never did get set in the position. So if you're Brett Beard, do you take the penalty and make them punt it again, or you just go ahead and take the ball, which would be at the Woodlawn 39 right now? He may try and make them punt again.
Yep, he's going to talk to the official here to see what his options are. And
yeah, we're going to make them punt it again. It's only a 1-yard penalty, but, Woodlawn, that turned out to about a 36-yard net punt, which is pretty good. So you make them punt it again, and you probably end up with the ball inside the 30 when it's all said and done.
Well, I was about to say the punter can't go back much further than where he was on the previous one, but now it looks like we've got an injured
cramp. That's definitely a cramp for one of the Woodlawn players.
That's going to be Tyrone Morgan down.
Tyrone Morgan. So I coached at Woodlawn myself for several years when I first started.
Yeah, that's right.
Back in the day, and coached a player named Adrian Morgan, who went on to be much more famous than me. Adrian was a football player, played tight end, and then in baseball was a catcher and a DH in baseball. You know what he's famous for by any chance? Adrian Morgan. So they talk about him every now and every 4th of July. You hear his name. He's a competitive eater.
Oh,
and
he does the hot dog
and the
thing?
hot dog thing.
Oh.
Was it Joey Chestnut's the big name?
Yep.
He's going to win everyone, right? Well, Adrian has come in like 2nd and 3rd in those things several times, and I know he does more than just hot dogs. I think they have like other eating events and all, but definitely at 4th of July, if you're paying attention next year, you'll hear some guy from Baton Rouge.
Well, I'm going to now.
Adrian Morgan, and he was a Woodlawn guy, and I remember him when I was first starting coaching, and he was a good player of football and baseball, but he became, like I said, much more famous than I ever got because he gets to be on national TV in the hot dog eating competition.
There you go. Speaking of national TV, another guy that we know, Big Mike O'Neill, had his little moment in the spotlight. Unfortunately, it was because of the 2016 flood, but he's also a newest member of the Denham Springs the Denham Springs Hall of Fame, as he was a 1986 graduate of Denham Springs High School, a 2-year football letterman, but most affectionately known for being a staple in the community, always gives back to the community. There's always give back nights at Big Mike's, and all the things that he has done. He is a well-deserved member of the Hall of Fame as a supporter because he puts his money where his mouth is. He says that he is a Yellow Jacket through and through, and he's one of those people that shows it by not just words.
He's made one big mistake in his career, though. They used
can't wait to hear this.
They used to have a Bananas Foster pie that after we coach games at Denham, a lot of times we'd go hang out at Big Mike's. He'd take care of the coaching staff afterwards, and we'd eat and hang out after football games on Friday night. And I would get that banana pie, that Banana Foster's pie every time as a dessert. And it disappeared off the menu, and I'd love for him to bring it back if it ever comes back, but I really enjoyed that.
Well, if Big Mike's listening, there you have it. Mitch Covington's personal request to you, buddy. As a Hall of Famer, I think you can make it happen. Getting a little shot of the crowd here. The Butch, the Yellow Jacket, living it up with a Yellow Jacket lead of 24-0. Looks like we're going to need to take a quick little injury timeout here, so we will do that, and we will be right back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Todd Caruso, Attorney at Law, Duke's Seafood and Steakhouse, Modad 1 Individual Sewage Treatment System, Forest Grove Plantation, and Billy Leach Professional Title Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, as we're ready to get back underway to action here, it is going to be 4th down for the Panthers. They are back at their own 2-yard line. Excuse me, their own 1-yard line now. Again, punting from the back of the end zone. Here is a snap over the head of the punter into out of bounds, and that will be a safety for the Panthers. 2 points for the Yellow Jackets.
So the illegal shift penalty Woodlawn had trying to get the last punt off turns back into a retry the attempt, and then that turns into a safety. So now Woodlawn's going to have to kick off from the 20-yard line. The Yellow Jackets should have 2 points on the board, and hopefully you think you get the ball at least around midfield moving forward after this.
Well, do you think that's exactly why Coach Beard had them redo it? Just, when you start getting that close, I mean, it's hard. You got those linemen lined up right over you.
And we mentioned it before. They had troubles last week with their punt snaps, and so anytime you can make them, attempt it again. I mean, they had a 36-yard net punt right there. I mean, a punt with no return, 36 yards. They had us out to the 39. That was about the best Woodlawn could have hoped for. So make them try that again. See if they could try to do it another time. And, of course, they were not able to get that accomplished. And so now with the safety, Woodlawn's going to be kicking off from the 20. We're going to have our return unit out there hoping for another good return. We had a good one to start the game. Tanner Kerner did. Got the ball past midfield. Well, this time, with them kicking from the 20, if you got it past midfield, now you're looking at past the Woodlawn 30.
Yep, so they will do the free kick from their own 20-yard line. It will be Trey Sills, Tanner Kerner back to receive for the Yellow Jackets. They stand back about their own 30-yard line. Waiting for the kickoff here with 6:49 left in the third quarter. Here is the kick, end over end. It is going to be Tanner Kerner at the 28-yard line. Gets to the 35. He's at the 40, 45, cross midfield. Still on his feet. Finding some room at the 40 and will be brought down at the Woodlawn 39-yard line, where it will be first down for the Yellow Jackets. 6:36 left here in the third quarter. Denham Springs 24, Woodlawn 0. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
First and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Woodlawn 40-yard line. Hand off to Hayden Ray. Hit in the backfield and brought down for a 1-yard loss back to the Woodlawn 41.
So we can total up the damage on the penalty for Woodlawn. We should have taken over at the 39-yard line up 24-0, but we got the safety because they had the bad snap. We made them re-kick, and then we started this drive at the 40-yard line. So we took 2 free points and only lost you up 1 yard of field position. Right. That's a great deal for the Jackets. You take that every time.
Second down and 11 now. Woodlawn 41-yard line for the Yellow Jackets. Going to be handoff to Paul, and Paul will be hit at the 41. Actually, they'll give him to the 40-yard line. So back to the original line of scrimmage, will be third down and 10.
Water break.
And that does bring us to the Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break. Brought to you by the Water Tree, with water that simply makes you feel good. That is at Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. Back after this timeout, Yellow Jackets football.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
You are our first priority at Innovative Audio. Innovative Audio offers the very best selection of mobile audio and video, window tint, and vehicle security. Innovative Audio's installation and tinting is the finest in the industry. And Innovative Audio's work comes with lifetime warranties on all audio, video, and tint installations. Most importantly, Innovative Audio specializes in serving you. You are our first priority at Innovative Audio, 1400 South Range, Denham Springs. Visit us on Facebook.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, again, that was your Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break. Want to give a quick shout out to our man, Mr. Robert Graves. Just sent me a picture from the Graves Cave, as we call it now. He had 5 different screens that he's watching from there, keeping you up to date with the Robert Graves scoreboard. Appreciate you, Mr. Robert, and all the other things you do for us here at John Fine Productions. Will be 3rd and 10. Going will get the snap, rolls to his left, has pressure coming. He is going to be hit back at midfield as he takes a shot. And it is going to be 4th down for the Yellow Jackets.
I think that was just an option of we had quad receivers up on the top side of the field, and it looked like we had one receiver setting up for a little wide receiver screen, and another receiver, Sean Goldman, was sprinting down the field, and we had the option of throw the screen to a receiver or look downfield for his brother Sean. Really, neither one of them were open, and so Jean held on to the ball a little too long and took a sack.
Luke Wilson will punt this one away on 4th and long. It is going to hit at the 25, takes a Woodlawn bounce, and the Yellow Jackets will down at about the 30-yard line. It will be 1st and 10 for the Panthers with 5:09 left here in the third quarter. This third quarter is, I mean, it is to a snail's crawl, huh?
But you know who the most disappointed about that last offensive drive is of all the people in the stadium? The second-team Yellow Jacket players over here, they're thinking, if we can get one more touchdown, I got a good chance of getting the ball game here. Coach is going to put me in, and I get to play on Friday night. And yet the offense just sputtered on that drive after a great field position, good kickoff return following the safety, and we went nowhere with it. And so now our first-team units are still out there, and the second teamers are still waiting to get their shot. Well, you're looking at a cornerback because I do believe Mr. Robert mentioned, as we were talking a while ago, I think Jaden Washington got ejected after the unsportsmanlike.
I'm also noticing that Jacob Dill on the scooter down there.
He's going to miss most of the season. He's going to be out for a little while. We didn't mention that in the past, but he got hurt, I believe, in the Hammond game.
1st and 10. Sorry.
But I was talking about that. He was starting for us in the Jamboree and getting a lot of playing time early on, one of our key defenders, and went down with an injury, and I believe he's going to have to have surgery at some point or whatever, so going to have other players step up and fill in that role because he's going to be missing, would expect, for most of the season.
Yeah, it was the first time I've noticed him on the scooter tonight. Mm-hmm. So actually I noticed it about halftime, but we will miss him and wish him the best in his recovery. Here is Mitchell on 2nd and 10 now. We'll throw it quickly. It is going to be caught. On the reception is going to be Sterling, and it is going to be 3rd down now, about 3rd and about 5 for the Woodlawn Panthers.
Another good tackle by Cedric Polk. If we were looking at those defensive stats, was it Angel Morrow leading the team in tackles coming into the game? Well, Cedric's making a charge and probably passed him up at this point for the tackles lead on the season because Cedric's made about 7 of them tonight.
Well, Cedric leads with solo tackles at 14, and Angel had 11 solo. Here's a quick throw again from Mitchell. It is going to be caught just shy of the Woodlawn 40-yard line, where it will now be 4th down for the Panthers.
And a good job right there. Once again, a quick throw to the outside, a quick receiver screen. And, Jaden Washington is in the game right here now on this side, but I'm just looking at the different cornerbacks, trying to
figure out who it was.
Sort some things out in some other areas. Jaden Washington did come into the game right now.
Going to be 4th and short. Woodlawn will keep the offense on the field. It will be Mitchell out of the shotgun. He will step back, looks to throw. He does. Going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Bennett. Will be a turnover on downs. The Yellow Jackets will have possession 1st and 10 with 3:25 left in the third and a 26-0 lead for the Yellow Jackets. And we are back after this quick timeout. It's Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central, Safe Voyage Tattoo, Use Safe and Lock, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Mashan and Associates General Contractors, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, and Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It will be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive at the Woodlawn 39-yard line with 3:25 left in the third and leading 26-0. It will be Goldman from the shotgun. Brenton Paul in the backfield. Here is a snap. We'll hand it to Paul. Paul come to the near side at the 35, the 30, 25, still on his feet at the 20, stiffs arm. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5, and he is in for the touchdown. Touchdown. Brenton Paul, 39 yards. Score, first play.
Brenton Paul has had a great game tonight, and he's shown a lot of speed right there, sprinting through the Woodlawn secondary. He's had a 63-yard touchdown, I believe we said earlier. He's had another couple of 25, 30-yard runs. That right there is going to be a 39-yard touchdown run for Brenton Paul. He has done a super job for a guy that plays wide receiver, plays some running back. We can put him in different places and what we need to do. And really tonight probably wasn't supposed to be the main ball carrier, but we kept putting the ball on the ground in the first quarter. So he started getting carries in the second quarter, and he's really giving the Jackets a big lift.
Jonathan Bravo will come on to attempt the extra point. It will be Dylan Johnson, the holder. The Yellow Jackets trying to extend the lead here. Here's a snap, the hold, the kick. It is through the uprights. Extra point is good. It is Denham Springs 33, Woodlawn 0. And we are back after this timeout on a Yellow Jackets football.
With Bank Plus, your account is always just a tap away. Bank anywhere, anytime with free Bank Plus mobile banking. Pay bills, transfer funds, and check your account day or night with the Bank Plus mobile app. Deposit checks with the snap of a photo. Keep tabs on your account with transaction alerts. Lost your debit card? Disable it instantly from your smartphone. Then, turn it back on when you find it. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. It will be the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. Mitch, this should be a hard one.
Yeah, we got a one-play, 15-second drive. Brenton Paul with a 39-yard touchdown run, and that puts the Yellow Jackets up 33-0 with 3:10 left in the third quarter.
That's your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Bravo will kick this one. It will go out of bounds. Flag on the play.
Well, I'm pointing.
Where do you point at?
Our referee that threw the flag last time when it went off of Woodlawn didn't even throw his flag this time. So why did he keep it in his pocket? Because this was actually the one where the flag needed to be thrown.
He got reprimanded last time and was like, you know what? The hell with it. I'm just going to let somebody else do it.
You know what? That ain't my job. I'm letting the guy in the back handle it. And the guy in the back correctly threw the flag as the ball went out of bounds untouched. And Woodlawn's going to take over at the 35.
3:10 left here in the fourth quarter. I mean, the third quarter. It feels like the fourth quarter.
Hey. But as we said a while ago, the guys that were most disappointed with some of those second-team players, well, they were the most happy just then with that Brenton Paul touchdown run. So a few of those guys working to get in the game. Skylar Williams, a senior defensive back, playing cornerback right now. Lucas Gillen, senior safety, in there on the right hash. I see Carlos Gonzalez, a senior linebacker. Mentioned his name earlier. He was in some of the jumbo sets on offense. He's in there at linebacker at the moment.
It is going to be Ricky Mitchell out of the shotgun on 1st and 10 from his own 35-yard line. He will hand the ball off, and we've got a loose helmet on the turf.
We keep fumbling. We throw interceptions. Our players' heads are falling off. Caden Sheets' helmet went flying out of the pile right there.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
He's got back here on the sideline at the moment. Got to sit out a play before he can get back in. That's just been that kind of a game.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we needed that, Mitch. We needed a little pep here.
Very thankful Caden's head wasn't in the helmet.
Yes, right, correct. 2-yard pickup, going to make it 2nd down and 8 for the Panthers from the 37-yard line. Here's a handoff again. Mitchell will get it to Carter. Carter will try to go off the right side and will be brought down for a 2-yard loss. Back to the original line of scrimmage, back at the 35-yard line.
But a really good tackle right there. Outside linebacker Drayden Goldman. We've called his name a few times, having a good game tonight. He's working himself into that rotation with the outside linebackers. Jacob Dill, we mentioned, was injured, and somebody's going to have to step up to help out with those outside backers. And normally Jackson Sagan and Bryson Smith hold that down, but now sophomore Drayden Goldman working into that rotation, and he's done a good job tonight and trying to earn himself some more playing time.
All right, going to be 3rd down and 10 for the Panthers. Under 2 minutes left here in the third quarter. Mitchell from the shotgun from his own 35 has pressure coming. He is going to be wrapped up, and he is going to be brought down for a loss on the play.
Whole bunch of Yellow Jackets back there, right there on that sack.
They're giving it to Devin Matt?
I thought that was more Debo in the backfield, Debo Scott, but maybe they both met at the quarterback right there. There was a bunch of them. It wasn't just one guy. So it just heard Brent Dugas on the PA over the, at the stadium PA mentioned Devin Mack. I thought I saw Debo Scott in there in the sack, but they probably were both in there because we had a whole lot of guys in the backfield.
Hey, a little while ago in the YouTube chat there at DS Jacket Vision, always give it a like and subscribe. Tyree Goldman watching from Tampa, Florida. How about that?
Tyree should be happy. He's got brothers running touchdowns and catching passes, and another brother out there making a lot of tackles on defense. We've said a lot of Goldmans tonight.
Here is a snap. Woodlawn to punt it away on 4th down. Tanner Kerner coming up. We'll field it right at midfield. He's at the Woodlawn 40-yard line. The 35, the 30 near sideline will be pushed out of bounds. And there's a flag on the play as it is back about the Woodlawn 47.
Yeah, that one's going to come back. Going to be some kind of a block in the back, more than likely, right near midfield. Kerner's had a good night returning kicks. It was just that first fumble of the night that kind of got him in the doghouse in the running back rotation, but he's still done a really good job as it comes to returning kicks.
All right, it is going to be Yellow Jackets taking over with 53 seconds left here in the third quarter as they get this one sorted out. All right, so what do we got here, Mitch?
That's all kind of things happening tonight. So this is one of those games where just we find all kind of stuff. We've talked about hot dog eating contests. We've talked about Hall of Fame, which is part of the expectations tonight. But Denham got hit with 2 penalties on that. One was a block in the back. One's a personal foul. I didn't see dead ball, so I would think only one of them is going to get marked off. Probably the block in the back, which means you'll mark it off from near midfield, a 10-yard penalty from there. Just trying to look in that offensive huddle right now and see who may be coming out there onto the field. I still see Sean Goldman standing in the group, Hayden Ray, so it looks like a lot of the first-team guys still going to be in the mix right here.
So, I was going to ask, when do you think that switch changes where you kind of go to the backups and let some of those younger guys get in there? I know with the district opener on the horizon, maybe you want the starters to get a few more reps, but at the same time, you want to go in healthy. You don't want anything to...
Just how do you feel about it? I don't know. Sometimes Coach might think you guys have had plenty of chances to score tonight, and we've put the ball on the ground several times, and, we're going to let somebody else get in there and have a look at it. We've done enough. We've got a 33-0, a comfortable lead. Defense has done their job. Offense has just been the ones at times and taking away scoring opportunities by the turnovers.
Yellow Jackets will start back at their own 28-yard line after all the penalties are assessed there. It will be Goldman. We'll get the handoff. We'll give it in the backfield. That's a new running back for the Yellow. Is it? Okay.
Is that Enzo, I believe, back in there?
I think it's is it?
Probably number 29. It's hard to see it.
It is 29. Yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah, when those jerseys get bunched up there around the shoulder pads, it's hard to see sometimes. And it was Enzo Landry on the carry, and he picks up about 5 yards, maybe 6 officially. Got a timeout on the field. It's going to be an injury timeout for the Panthers, so we'll stop the clock at 28 seconds left. So we should be about to the end of the quarter here, huh, Mitch? Once they get the
would
player
they roll
off,
it back in play? Or are we going to go out there and try and run a play before the end of the third quarter? I think that's what the White Hats reminding us about right now. Is saying, hey, we're going to start the clock here at 28 seconds, and you can just let it roll out. And I saw Coach Fournier kind of mention that to Coach Beard. That's probably wasn't going to happen. But while we're here, I see Will Robertson in the huddle right now, a senior offensive guard. He was in the game a little bit earlier, but I saw a thing on social media this summer. At the end of the summer, Coach Beard and them really wanted to honor that young man since his freshman year. Going in your summer workouts, all your off-season stuff, your summer workout, your freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year, all those 6 a.m. workouts or whatever time they want to have them there. He never missed a single day of any of those workouts in all his time here. And, he's right there in the mix with that offensive line. And he's been in some a little bit earlier tonight. I see he's in the game right now, and I just want to mention that. Just quite an achievement for a guy in a 4-year high school career.
Clock will run down to triple zeros, and that will do it for the longest third quarter in the history of Yellow Jackets football. And we will get to the fourth after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
And we welcome you into Yellow Jackets football as we head to the fourth quarter. It is Denham Springs 33, Woodlawn 0. It is second down and 4 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 34-yard line as they will flip the field for the end of quarter. And we are ready to get fourth quarter action underway here. Looking for another Brandon Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. Goldman first needs a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. We'll hand it off to Landry. Landry will get across the 45, across midfield, spins around, and will get into Woodlawn territory to the Woodlawn 38-yard line. Enzo Landry with the spin move gets a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's delivers through Grubhub or DoorDash. That is Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
It's good to see Enzo Landry running the football hard right there, finding just a little bit of a hole in the offensive line, but he burst right through it, ran through one tackle at about 5 yards, and then another 15 yards downfield, ran through the safety and kept moving it downfield, and a good, strong, powerful run for Enzo Landry.
Going to be first and 10 Yellow Jackets now, Woodlawn at 39-yard line. Goldman will get the snap, hands it off to Landry. Landry will go up the middle, and he is going to be hit, but still fighting for yards, looking like a Brenton Paul, Hayden Ray combo right there as he pushes for extra yardage, and he will pick up about 3, maybe 4 on the carry.
We were just talking about earlier about, when do you think it's time to maybe start subbing some guys here or there. You do worry at this point in the game, fourth quarter, we don't want to get any guys injured. These guys have played 3 quarters of football. They might be a little bit tired and all of that. You get hesitant just to make mass substitutions and put a whole new maybe JV offense in there because they're not going to be able to hold up with these Woodlawn defenders out there, and then you just end up losing 3 yards, 4 yards, 6 yards every single play. You want to kind of keep the ball on the ground, keep the clock running. You don't want to go 3 and out and have punts right there. So as long as you can keep getting a couple of first downs, keep that clock moving, and then you try to make this fourth quarter go much quicker than the third quarter.
Please. Please. Appreciate all of y'all watching and listening, but this one came to a snail's crawl in the third quarter. Here's a handoff on second down to Landry. Landry to the Woodlawn 30. Gets across the 30, brought down at the Woodlawn 28-yard line. And that is a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Cater your next party from Big Mike's. Check out their catering menu at Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
And now Enzo's coming out of the game, and you got a junior running back, Caden Milligan, in there at tailback right now. But you do this, you kind of rotate a couple of guys in one at a time here or there. You don't make a whole 11 substitution. You want to have still some offensive linemen there that can block and try and get you a few holes. Got you a couple new running backs in the game right now. So Caden Milligan looking to get his first carry of the night.
Yep, Milligan is in the backfield with Goldman, and
Woodlawn called a timeout.
Yep, got a timeout called by the Panthers. So guess what? We'll take it with them as well. It is 9:38 left here in the fourth. Denham Springs 33, Woodlawn 0. Back after this, Yellow Jackets football.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston. The number one choice in cleanup and restoration is Serve Pro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at Serve Pro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. Serve Pro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. Serve Pro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston.
Welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. It is coming to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. If you're still tuned in with us, great to have you along with us. The chat's being lively. Your boy Wyatt's living it up in the YouTube chat here tonight
Wyatt's
at DS
still with
Jacket.
us, huh?
He's still with us. Great to have you, and a couple other folks as well. As mentioned,
I
Tyree
think he
Goldman.
wants bonus points.
There
He
it
wants some
is.
bonus points tonight.
As always, give it a like and subscribe if you are watching there at DS Jacket Vision, Family Radio 91.9 FM, and on the web at John Fine Productions as well. First and 10 Yellow Jackets, 28-yard line. Here is a handoff to Milligan. Milligan on his first carry of the night, showing some fresh legs coming in for the Yellow Jackets as he fights for some positive yards. He'll pick up 1, maybe 2 on the carry.
Yep, Caden has bounced a little bit from defense to offense. He's a good athlete, and these coaches have been trying to find the best place he might can help the football team. Spent the summer playing a lot of defensive back. I think they decided somewhere around August or so to go ahead and get him back on the offensive side of the ball. And as right now, as we're rotating a few guys in and out in the backfield, Enzo Landry's going to come back into the game.
Will be second down and 9. They gave Milligan a yard on the carry. Second and 9 from the 28. It will be Goldman from the shotgun. Landry in the backfield. Sends a man in motion. Here is a snap. We'll hand it off to Landry. Landry goes straight up the middle, gets across the 25, and still pumping those legs as he gets almost to the 20-yard line. Looks like they're going to put him at the Woodlawn 21. You know, it's good to see this late in the game, though. The Yellow Jackets still showing that fight, trying to get those positive yards.
Well, a guy like Enzo, who hasn't gotten a lot of carries this year, he's a senior running back. He was a deep kickoff returner for us last year. He got a few carries at running back last year with the first unit. This year, he's in that mix and wants to be in that rotation. So when he gets a chance to carry the football, he's going to make sure he's in there and giving his best and putting the best foot forward with it.
All right, going to be third and short now for the Yellow Jackets. Going to be 3rd and 4. Ball will be at the 21-yard line of Woodlawn. Goldman from the shotgun will hand it off to Landry. Landry puts a little burst at the 20-yard line, and he will get to the Woodlawn 16, make it the Woodlawn 17, but it is a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Visit Big Mike's website and check them out on Facebook. That's Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
A couple of other lead blockers out there in front of him. Preston Carmichael, your senior tight end, and also Orrin Russell, a junior tight end. Both of those guys in there helping to give us a few extra blockers to get that first down. Another cramp on the field. You see, I can always tell when it's a cramp when they're out there and they're stretching that one leg up. They're trying to get it straightened out and work that cramp out. So, when it's one of those, it's not going to be a long-term injury, but they sure are painful at the moment.
Going to go ahead and highlight another one of our Denham Springs Hall of Fame inductees. This one will be Max Schiroller, who was a outstanding baseball player here for the Yellow Jackets, went on to Southeastern. He was All-American there with honors and went on to play professional baseball and now lives, I believe, here in town with his wife. And he saw him down on the field with his family there at the half. So, again, congratulations, Max Schiroller. You're a baseball guy. Tell us about Mac.
Well, I know Mac really more from football because I was assistant football coach when Mac was here, and he was a receiver, and he played for us, as a receiver all the way through his junior year. His senior year, he went ahead and just focused a little bit more on punting as he was still doing some off-season baseball workout kind of stuff, but he was a good punter for us. I remember right now, Walker, we ran some kind of double reverse pass, and he caught a wide-open touchdown in a JV game. I remember that, Mac catching that. That's not what got him in the Hall of Fame, though. What got him in the Hall of Fame was that right arm was a baseball pitcher.
It's going to be Dylan Johnson in at quarterback now, and he will hand the ball off to Landry, and it is going to be a loss on the play. That'll push the Yellow Jackets back to the Woodlawn 20-yard line.
But Mac was, of course, a very good pitcher for us here at Denham Springs High School. Played with for Coach Mark Carroll here, and they had a lot of playoff runs. And when Mac was here, and then of course he went to Southeastern, and then got drafted by the Baltimore Orioles, and he did make it up to the big leagues and pitched for the Baltimore Orioles for a little bit up there. So,
and he was a 2-time draftee according to his bio there.
Well, he got drafted out of high school.
That's right. Yes,
and then
a
few years at Southeastern, and then got drafted there, of course, against Southeastern when he finished his career at Southeastern.
Going to be Dylan Johnson in at quarterback. He will hand it off on 2nd and 13. It will be to Landry. Landry will get to the 11-yard line where he'll be pushed out of bounds. We'll stop the clock with 6:40 left in the fourth. We haven't gone to running clock, have we?
No, I don't think.
Okay, because I thought he went out of bounds.
Mac's one of those guys that Southeastern played in the LSU regional.
And
Mac went straight up against LSU, not on a midweek game on a Wednesday, but ace against ace kind of in the first round of the LSU regional. That's a good memory I'm sure he has. With Chance got that and show us stuff right there.
All right, going to be 3rd down, and it will be 3rd and 6 officially now for the Yellow Jackets from the 13-yard line of Woodlawn, and that will bring us to our final Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break, which is brought to you by the Water Tree, water that simply makes you feel good. They are Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. That is Water Tree of Denham Springs. Back after this timeout, Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by BJ Pawn and Gun, Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Liberty Auto Sales, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, and Quality Furniture Restoration. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. Going to be 3rd and 6 after the Water Tree hydration break there. It is going to be Johnson under center. He will hand it off to Enzo Landry, who will be stopped for a loss on the play. Still got some folks in the chat there, Mitch, someone you know.
A lot of former players that you mentioned here right here. So I'm glad you keep up with the social media things. You said Michael Early's in the chat and following along. Michael Early was a great player for us and a punt returner and a kick returner. I don't know how many he had, but I think he had maybe 3 or 4 punt returns for touchdowns in his career at Denham Springs High School, and great athlete, so it's good to see he's still following the Yellow Jackets.
All right, it's going to be 4th down. They are inside the 20-yard line, so Coach Beard will send Jonathan Bravo out to attempt field goal. Here is a snap. The hold, the kick looks to be a little wide to the right, and it is no good. So with 33-0 on the scoreboard and 5:07 left on the clock, it will be Woodlawn football. They'll have it 1st and 10. So talking about Bravo's range there, he pushed that one a little to the right. Looked like it may have been short as well. Coach Beers kind of said inside the 20-yard line, we'll give it a shot. Anything past that, we're probably going to
I don't think he hit that one the best. It kind of popped up a little bit. I think maybe it had just enough distance to cross the crossbar, but it missed the upright on the right side, and he missed it wide to the right. But it's a good opportunity to try and fill your kicker out, too. Like you said, you get in a spot later on, an important point in the game. Do you want to try a 36, 37-yard field goal, or maybe you just want to keep it anything 35 and under? That right there was at 32 or 33 yards. Like I said, he could hit it better than he did. That wasn't his best kick, but it's a good chance for him to get out there and try and work out some live reps.
All right, so that will turn it over to Woodlawn with 5:07. They will have it 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line. Here is Mitchell from a pistol formation. We'll hand it off to a new back. We'll get that number for you here in just a moment. But he is off on the far sideline, gets across the 40-yard line. Well, they see where they mark him down. I believe that was number 29, who is Sage Moffitt.
You know, we mentioned sometimes when you sub a whole lot of people at once. We've got a big group in there, new guys right there, and they just popped off a really long run. Caden Milligan, I mentioned it, tailback a while ago, that worked a lot of defense before. Well, he's out there at cornerback at the moment, and a host of other backup subs are in the game at the time being.
All right, it will be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. They will now have it at their own 44-yard line. Here's a handoff in the backfield and going to be brought down for a loss.
Nice tackle for a loss right here, trying to get that number. That might be, yes, it was. We talked about him before right there. Our senior, Jeremiah Ardwan, senior nose guard in the backfield, making a good tackle for a loss. And very good job right there of putting Woodlawn behind the chains.
Loses some yards there. We'll lose about 4, so it'll be 2nd down and 14 for the Panthers as the clock runs with 4:06 left here in the 4th. Yellow Jackets leading 33-0. Coming up, it will be the Ralph Sellers Chevrolet postgame show. Stick around for that. Here is Mitchell from the shotgun, going to fire it. Is going to be caught at the 45-yard line. Does a little stutter step rolls up on the carpet there on the turf. That is Trenton Bennett with the reception. Brings up 3rd down now for the Panthers.
Yeah, and that's going to be Skylar Williams over there, I think, in the coverage, number 28. Sophomore safety Kobe Johnston over there trying to help bring him down at the end of the play.
Going to be 3rd down now for the Panthers. We're going to call it 3rd and 6. Ball at their own 48-yard line. Mitchell from the shotgun will get the snap. He drops back, got a flag on the play as it came in from the far sideline. Going to be false start against the Panthers.
I wish that play would have got off. I was watching this battle down here. Caden Milligan, I was kind of laughing. We got a couple backup corners in, but Caden Milligan was right up in the receiver's face. Press coverage, man-to-man. The quarterback was starting to look this direction. I wanted to see how that little battle was going to play out, but the play got blown dead for the false start.
Yep, so we'll back up the Panthers 5 yards after that false start. So it makes it 3rd down and 11. It will now be 3rd and 11 from their own 48-yard line. Check that 44-yard line. Mitchell going to look to throw. He does. It is going to be caught right around midfield. That is Bennett on the reception. Going to be 4th down for Woodlawn right around midfield.
Another little 5, 6, 7-yard stop route right there. Once again, Skylar Williams and Kobe Johnston helping out with the tackle to bring up a 4th and, what'd you say, 5 yards?
Yep, going to be about 4th and 5, 4th and 6. Looks like we'll call it 4th and 6 officially here from the 49-yard line. It will be a pistol formation for Mitchell, who will get the snap. He drops back, dances around, will throw it downfield now, and it is going to be incomplete at the Yellow Jacket 25-yard line. Will be a turnover on downs with 2:19 left here in the 4th quarter. Denham Springs 33, Woodlawn 0. Conclusion coming up after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football on that 4th down play there. Mitch, you had something you want to share there?
I'll talk about it after this 1st down play here on the offense. We'll see. We'll revisit that 4th down.
It will be Dylan Johnson. He will hand it off to Landry. Landry will be stood up in the backfield.
And that's what it usually looks like when you put a whole new offensive line is. The running back gets swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. But that 4th down play, Woodlawn had run a couple of stop routes, little 5-yard stop routes with the outside receiver on that drive. So on 4th down, he ran a stop and go. And while Skylar Williams, the cornerback, was trying to break up the stop as he sprinted upfield, Kobe Johnson, the sophomore safety, was working over the top and got there for good coverage and didn't give him a chance to put the ball in there for a reception.
Got Devin Max Ant watching in Dallas, Texas, still tuned in. Great to have you along with us, Miss
Friday, because
Tieta.
Devin's always involved in the game and doing a great job for us. So
yeah, he's what you call disruptive.
Yes, he is.
All right, going to be 2nd down and 12 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 49-yard line. Johnson will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be new running back for the Yellow Jackets. As we get that real quick, that is Jalen Williams.
Probably a sophomore running back,
yep,
right?
It is,
Jalen
correct.
Williams.
Sophomore, yep. You're absolutely right.
So got a good little crew of sophomore running backs as well, and we've kind of mentioned some in the past. I know Coach Beard and them have to be excited. We like where this season's heading, like the way we've gotten off to a good start to this year, but also our JV and freshman teams have been doing a really good job in their games this year, and feeling good about the players that are coming forward in the next year or two also.
Under a minute left here in the fourth. We are headed towards the conclusion of this one. And, Mitch, that third quarter just seemed like it took forever, and now we're fourth quarter kind of got back to a regular pace. It will be third and long now for the Yellow Jackets. Johnson will hand it off to...
That was the same running back.
Williams again, Jalen Williams. Sorry about that. And
he will go.
Should be the last one. Yep. All right. So Yellow Jackets will not have to run another play. And with the Jackets win, that is a Bank Plus win. And you can win by visiting Bank Plus for all of your personal and business financial needs. That is Bank Plus 822 South Range Avenue in Denham Springs, and that will also send us to the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show, brought to you by Ralph Seller Chevrolet, just over the Amite River in Baton Rouge. It is Ralph Seller Chevrolet, located at 15015 Florida Boulevard, and is open for your automotive needs, ready to serve you at that Chevrolet location familiar to you for over 40 years. Parts manager at Ralph Seller Chevrolet is Jim McChristian, a proud supporter of the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets. Come visit Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. 33-0 Yellow Jackets with the win over Woodlawn. Yellow Jackets now 2-1 on the season, puts Woodlawn at 1-2. And we come back, we will rehash it all out for you here. Stay with us. We're back after this. It is the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy is excited to announce the opening of our newest clinic location in Watson. We are located at 32871 Highway 16 at the corner of Amite Church Road and Highway 16. And don't forget about our Denham Springs Clinic located at 145 Aspen Square next to Spectrum Fitness Club. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones financial advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground in Denham Springs, the law office of IVL Graham Family Specialists, Brian Russ, owner OK Computers and Auto Sales, Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic, and Pony Up Restoration is now open at the Old Dave's Hardware. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Welcome back in to the Ralph Seller Chevrolet post-game show. 33-0 Yellow Jackets with the shutout here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Week 3 edition of Denham Springs football. Great to have you all along with us. You know, Mitch, this one kind of got a little sideways in the second half. Third quarter was a long one, and I just want to thank.
Some would say it got sideways in the first quarter.
Oh, it got sideways, but then it got a little back on track. You know what I was thinking in that commercial? I was like, we won't even talk about the first quarter. We'll just act like that one didn't happen. Yellow Jackets cleaned it up after that, but. The reality of it is, Mitch, is that first quarter, these coaches are going to go back and look at that film and say, guys, you do this next week on the road in the district opener, there's no coming back from that. And I say that, but you know what I mean? Like, you can't put yourself in that kind of hole with 4 turnovers.
You can't turn the ball over that many times. And, I think we had 4 on the game, I believe, 3 turnovers.
We had 4 in the first.
We had 4
we had
ourselves in the first, plus Woodlawn had 1. I was just trying to think. I knew Woodlawn had 1 at one point, but just, put the ball, that's right, 3 fumbles and then an interception. You're right. So 4 turnovers in the first quarter. And then we had another turnover later on in the game as well. And that's just got to clean that up. You can't expect to do that and then beat the teams that are in your district that you have to go against. And we have tough battles with every year when it gets up to, starting out with East Ascension. They're going to be a physical team. They're going to have big boys out there. It's not going to be quite so easy to, erase those fumbles if you give the other team a short field. And when you do have the opportunities to get points on the board, you got to take advantage of it. So that's something they're really going to be working on this week. Coaches are really going to, push that thought process throughout the week, and of course the weeks following that as well. So, absolutely,
just having a look there. It's Coach Beard talking to the team there. Also, just got a text from the Beard family. Again, as we mentioned, watching in Nashville. Great to have you all with us as always. Great to have everyone that joined in tonight. Mitch, what was fun about this one is as it kind of got a little crazy there in the second half is how the chat was interacting, how everybody was having a good time with it. We appreciate that because we needed it to kind of keep us moving along as well here tonight. But
and there was a lot of former players watching tonight. We had alumni night here with the cheerleaders. There was alumni Jackettes dance going on at halftime. We honored the new Hall of Fame inductees, and then so a lot of the former players were in the chat following along with the game. So we'd like to hear from those guys, and we're glad they're watching and still following the Jackets and wanting to see us do well.
Absolutely. And then if any of you that are still watching have not subscribe to the channel, please do that. And we ask that you do that. Just keeps you up to date on all the things. The one thing that we will never do here at DS Jacket Vision, we'll never ask for money from you. We'll never ask for a paywall. There'll never be anything that says we're here for you, and we just want you to be a part of it. And by doing so, it makes us all part of what we do here, and we like having all of you with us. And it's when we get to be a part of this, it's just so much fun for us because we go through the whole season from. I started at the scrimmage with Darren doing some little test runs there, and then we do the jamboree against Walker, and we go to the last whistle of the season, which last year, as we know, was in North Louisiana at West Ouachita. And I think I was telling you in the offseason that I played some golf with West Ouachita football coach Mike Rainwater, great guy, and turns out that when they came in here to play Central that they came here and did their warm-up stuff here. So I meant to ask Coach Beard about that, but didn't get a chance to because I always appreciate his time as well. So, Mitch, the most important part in this one is you got the win. You're 2-1 on the season, but you still got some things you got to clean up here for the Yellow Jackets because, as mentioned, going on the road next week against East Ascension for the district opener, that's going to be a big one. The first district game, everyone is 0-0 in that part of it. And, district titles don't mean as much as they used to, but there is still pride that comes in and fighting for that.
That is a big goal to fight for. And, if we're just being honest, over the last 20 years, we don't have a lot of district championships. If I'm thinking off the top of my head, maybe 2 in the last, we split a title in 2012 or so, somewhere around there. I was us, Zachary, and Central all had a little 3-way tie. Then, of course, a couple years ago, Denham Springs, East Ascension, and Dutchtown had a 3-way tie the year we made to the quarterfinals. And so that's probably the only 2 in a while. So that's a big goal, and you want to get out to that. And that's going to start next week with East Ascension. And, just watching the game, the offense still shows the capability of the big play and the quick strike, and we see that. We see it every week, and we see they can do that. We just need to be more consistent and then not give away drives with the turnovers, the dropping the ball on the turf, and it came back to bite us last week with a 2-0 minus. We lost the turnover battle 2-0 to Central, and then, of course, you lose a 6-point game. Those turnovers loom large, and then tonight we was able to overcome it, but we just got to clean that up, and so that we're more consistent with the offense, finish each drive, whether it's a punt or a field goal or extra point, finish it with a kick, and then that way, we can use field position. Defense played great tonight, did a really good job, put up a shutout out there. You can't do any better than that, and so, if they keep playing strong, use that as a strength and play to, as they talk about with, LSU. I'm thinking about Brian Kelly right now playing that complementary football and the offense helping the defense by using field position, the defense getting out there and then turning the ball back over to the offense. And so it's all got to work together.
All right, we are going to take a timeout. When we come back here, we will start to wrap everything up here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Yellow Jackets 33-0 over the Woodlawn Panthers. It is Yellow Jackets now 2-1 on the season, and Woodlawn will fall to 1-2 on their season. And we will be back with more after this on the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Your local tree service in Denham Springs is Louisiana Tree Pro. Louisiana Tree Pro is a licensed and insured arborist. Louisiana Tree Pro is the only company in the parish that has a saw head, so they can remove trees by remote, making the job safer and more efficient. Louisiana Tree Pro specializes in emergency removal of trees on homes, and they're experienced with billing insurance companies. And Louisiana Tree Pro offers free quotes. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro. Visit treeprolaA.com.
Welcome back in to the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show. It is Denham Springs 33. It is Woodlawn 0. It will put Woodlawn again 1-2 on the season. Yellow Jackets improved to 2-1 on their season. And, Mitch, it all comes down and the fun really starts next week. We were mentioning there going on the road to East Ascension. And it's one of those places that you go to, and it's such tight confines there. It's kind of all those Ascension schools. The sideline's close to you, not quite like Santa Mall, but EA's kind of one of those where it's right on top of you. And
they don't have a track at EA, so
correct.
the stands are a lot closer. The schools that have a track, that pushes the bleachers all the way back, and they're not right on top of you. But at East Ascension, there's not a lot of room on that visitor sideline.
Not a lot, and the Yellow Jackets are going to be traveling well for that one, and it's not that far of a trip. And when you go to the Ascension Parish schools, it's just always a good atmosphere out there. I love this district with the Livingston schools versus the Ascension schools. And, that is going to come up here for renewal. Is there any talk of any district changes, or you think it will stay
I haven't
business
kept
as
up
usual?
with a lot of that right now, but you're right. Every 2 years is when everything is redone. So this is I guess now we're in the fourth year?
Second.
It's the fourth year.
I think
of
it'll be
this
the second cycle.
We've done it.
This,
We had the second cycle, but we added Prairieville Prairieville last year or the last time, so this will be the second year. This is going to be a redistricting year, so that's going to be coming up. You're right. Talks are going to be in, or the districts move around or whatever. But I haven't heard of any talks of busting up what we have going on at the moment. But
you never know.
It's every 2 years, and so who knows what's going to happen with that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it usually stays the same. But as we saw a couple of years where Central left the district and went over there with Catholic and Zachary and the likes of those, and kind of
Woodlawn, right here,
and Woodlawn. That's right. Yep, and kind of upset a few people from somewhere.
They
won't get into that.
weren't like-minded schools. I mean, we like to be with the like-minded schools as opposed to the ones in that other district, the Baton Rouge area.
Yeah, was it Coach Beard that said like-minded communities? I think in one of our interviews, somebody said that.
I don't think Coach Beard coined the phrase, but that's
he's definitely used
it. Came
it,
along that, right?
Yes.
That was the talk with the Ascension Parish schools and Livingston Parish schools being a lot alike, a lot of small community area schools, and the word like-minded schools came about.
Like-minded schools and like-minded communities. Yeah. So, Mitch, last thing I wanted to talk about with the game here tonight with Woodlawn. If you're the coaching staff, what are you in there telling these guys after the game? I mean, you saw Coach Beard talking to them, and then they go into their position coaches. What position tonight would you say the coach has more to do than maybe some of the other ones?
You're talking about like with the Woodlawn side?
No, with our side.
Okay, well, I thought you mentioned the Woodlawn side. Okay. Well, just on the Denham Springs side right there, you just got to you talk about the things that you did well. We did several things. Defensive, put up a shutout. Defense did a really good job. A lot of tackles for a loss, got through there and handled business in that area. But just, on the other side of it, there was a few good plays on the offensive side. We made some things happen, but there were also times when we had good drives going and we dropped the ball on the turf, or, we got too greedy in a spot. Maybe, take the check down, take the short route instead of trying to push the ball downfield into the end zone, throw it into coverage and give up an interception right there. But those are all learning experiences. Nothing teaches you better than actually being out there in a game on a Friday night. When you do it Tuesday in a practice, the coach is going to let you know, and sometimes the player learns it, and sometimes it's kind of doesn't register as much as when you do it on a Friday night out there, and then you really understand, okay, now I grasp what Coach was talking about earlier this week, or what he was talking about last week or the week before, on why it's important, to see this part of the field. And so it's just, it was a game that we probably were the better team, and we thought we were going to handle business, and we did at the end of the day. It's a 33-0 win, and so nothing to was that right? 33? 33-0 win. But there's areas that we didn't play well, got a little bit sloppy, and I know that they wanted to do better coming off of last week. They wanted to be crisp and be sharp and get right back on track. It didn't quite happen that easily, but, we got back on the winning side. We got over that hump. And we know that next week the district starts, and so whatever happened tonight is not going to affect anything that happens next Friday night. What happens between Saturday and Thursday, the weeks of practice, that's where you're going to, get everything straightened out, and that's what's going to matter as you get your preparation going for the next week.
All right, we are going to take our final time out here. When we come back, we will put a bow on this one and get you ready for next week, where it will be Yellow Jackets hitting the road for a 3-game road stretch. It'll be East Ascension, Southern Lab, and Live Oak. Will be the next 3 games coming up all on the road. Of course, we will have them all for you right here at DS Jacket Vision on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. And it always is a Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up starting at 6 o'clock. But take our final time out, come back here and wrap it up from Yellow Jacket Stadium, Denham Springs 33, Woodlawn 0. And we're back after this time out, Yellow Jackets football.
Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bank Plus, together with Zelle, makes it easy to send money straight from your smartphone to friends, family, the yard guy, babysitters, or millions of others with access to Zelle. So yeah, pretty much anyone. And of course, they can all send you money too. Settle that dinner tab with Zelle. It's free, fast, and secure. And right in the Bank Plus mobile app. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC. Zelle is available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Forest Grove Plantation, Liberty Auto Sales, Shea Landry Closing Attorney, Milestone Title, Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Modad One Individual Sewage Treatment System, and Duke Seafood and Steakhouse. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as the news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
As we welcome back in to the Ralph Siller Chevrolet post-game show, wrapping it up here from Denham Springs. Wanted to show you what's happening on the field right now if you're still tuned in with us.
That's why I started laughing before the end of the last segment.
Luke Wilson out on the field right now. Only got to punt one time tonight, so he is out there after the game here tonight. You know, that's dedication right there, Mitch.
Got to keep
going
in rhythm.
extra mile.
You want to keep in rhythm and keep in routine, and Luke only came on the field once tonight. We had one punt attempt, so he needed to get out and get a few more reps out there on the field punting, and so putting a little extra work after the game's over.
We were joking that when you turn the ball over 4 times in the first quarter, you don't have to worry about punting because you just kind of give it to him anyway. But, you know, Mitch and I was thinking there too, you know, for me, I think the one thing that for Denham Springs, you know, that's a little uncharacteristic is the ball security right now. And I know that's something that Coach Beard is going to hammer home this weekend. They'll be back here Saturday morning, you know, doing film study and going through some of those things and treatments. And hopefully they came out fairly healthy, you know, for tonight. It seems like we did anyway. Of course, we'll ask Coach Beard that. But it seems like, you know, you're going into East Ascension with a healthy team. But you've got some little things that you got to clean up. And if you do that, you see what this team is capable of doing, but you have to clean up those little mistakes, and you can't turn the ball over.
And
like
it was
that.
just very odd the way the fumbles. It wasn't like one guy kept putting it on the turf. It was three different running backs
that's right.
early on, and then we threw a pick. And then later in the game, it was just a bad snap that, you know, dribbled on the turf back there. And so 4 different ways or 5 different ways to turn the ball over, we found a way to do it. So just got to get back on track, got to keep working on it, just keep focusing on ball security. And maybe that's just the issue of trying to hit big plays too much. I'm trying to take this as a 40-yard touchdown on this play and just, you know, stay within yourself, take what the play gives you, and, you know, just keep the drive moving forward.
Absolutely. So, again, Yellow Jackets 33-0 over Woodlawn. And, again, it will be the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets hitting the road next week to take on the East Ascension Spartans, district opener for both teams. And, again, you know, I think the good thing about going on Hammond or going to Hammond the way you did is you kind of get that road experience, you know, and it was a hot, humid day, and looks like the weather's going to be holding up like that for a bit. So it could be another hot, humid afternoon there on the turf at East Ascension. So, you know, that Hammond game obviously got off to a weird start. Yellow Jackets last week, you know, fumble early on, but they were able to somewhat get themselves out of that hole and have a chance with Central. And, you know, that one kind of slipped away from you. And I asked you earlier in this one if you felt like there was a little bit of a hangover from the Central game. And talking to Coach Beard, he said, you know, what he hates about that is after such a physical, tough game, you have to wait that whole week to get back on the field again. So, again, this is one that Yellow Jackets will be awfully happy to be 2-1, 33-0. Your defense shuts out Woodlawn. But you got, again, clean those things up because next week the fun begins, as they say.
I think the competition ramps back up.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, there'll be a squad that's going to be similar to Central as far as physicality-wise and all of that. And, you know, we get out there, we'll see how it goes. We've played very close games with them. You know, every year that we've been in this district, we said this is the 4th year of this district. They've been tight ball games back and forth with East Ascension, and expect that to be, you know, very similar next week when we get out there and go to Gonzales.
All right, well, that is going to do it for us here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Thank you all for joining us. Certainly appreciate it. Enjoyed you all in the chat getting interactive with us tonight. Made it a lot of fun for us here in the second half. And Yellow Jackets with the win, improved to 2-1. And again, it will be East Ascension next week at East Ascension. And at 6 o'clock, we will have you ready to go for the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. And for all of us involved here, for Lamine Figueroa back at the studio, for Darren Ferrente, for Chris Ledoux, for Mitch Covington, I'm Josh Ward saying good night, everybody.
You've been listening to Denham Springs High School Football on Family Radio 91.9 FM Baton Rouge. On the net at johnfineproductions.com and on YouTube. Please subscribe at DS Jacket Vision. Josh Ward on play-by-play with Mitch Covington on color commentary. Producer Darren Ferrante. DS Jacket Vision camera operator Chris Ledoux. And station engineer Lamine Figueroa. Denham Springs High School Football broadcast.